again. Oh my gosh.
72 damage both times. Both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right for where is cards green? He got there!
Oh.
Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello everyone and welcome to Hearthstone Grandmasters here over in Europe. You may have had a long enough break to quickly go and grab a drink after Asia Pacific finished after their very long day today, but we are ready to bring you more Hearthstone. I'm Raven, joining me is Sottle, and we've got plenty of tense action today as we continue this last hero standing week.
Yes, we do. There is still a lot to play for. There are several players who we have already confirmed have kind of played their last Grandmasters game at this point, but there's still a ton to play for, and the dynamic under which those things will be played is last hero standing, which is a little bit of a mix-up from last week. If you've been following the broadcast, you'll have a vague idea of what's going on. If you're familiar with Hearthstone esports as a whole, you'll probably have a vague idea what's going on. But if not, Last Hero Standing is basically the opposite of Conquest, where the winning deck stays on instead of the winning deck being eliminated from the series. And it kind of introduces a little bit of a dynamic where counter-queuing and snipe decks and more polarized matchups are more of a thing than in Conquest, where it's more of a holistic strategy of how your lineup works as a whole.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw some great examples of the difference of LHS versus Conquest, because weirdly enough, yesterday we had, over in Europe at least, a day full of, 3-0 sweeps or 3-1s at least, where we've seen decks, mainly Druid right now, take just a lot of matchups and showing the true power of the class. And I think even just judging from how yesterday went, I think we are going to continue to see at least a majority of Druid bans as we move on through the course of this weekend. It was just pretty crazy overall, wasn't it, Sol?
It was, yeah. I think we went, 3-0, 3-1, 3-0, 3-0, and even contained within the 3-1, there was a 3-0 sweep by an individual deck. So it was a very sweepy day overall, one of the most rapid days of European Hearthstone Grandmasters that we've had in quite a long time, even since the pace has picked up significantly with the likes of xBlyzes and Casie and Frenetic really bringing that more rapid-fire style of play to proceeding. So we'll see where we land today, and we'll see where the players land in terms of finishing places at the end of the week, which will mean not only a few dollars in the back pocket, but most importantly, these points, which are looking to decide multiple things right now. As I alluded to earlier, a few players have already said goodbye. They're not going to be playing another Grandmasters match on camera at the very least. We hope to see them in the Masters Tour and all the other various avenues that players will have to qualify for the World Championships this year. But there are still top 8 spots to play for, which get you through to playoffs, get you potentially through to the World Championships directly. There's still top 4 places to play for, which put you through to Grandmasters last call towards the latter half of the year, where players will have another opportunity to make it to the World Championship, and there are still top 2 places to play for, which means improved seeding in those top 8 playoffs. So things are really coming down to the wire. They were always going to be, because of the truncated format of Grandmasters we have. Everything's been condensed. The points are packed so tightly together, and players are really looking for opportunities to separate themselves from the pack.
Yeah, and yesterday, as you can see, we kicked it off with Furyhunter versus J4, and it was a fantastic series for Furyhunter as he did 3-0 with this Burn Shaman, obviously a very powerful deck we've seen a lot across the meta in recent weeks. It was unfortunate for J4 though. It was one of those series where he did his best, but it just felt like it was never really going to be good enough. We did then move on to Superfake, who's been having a fantastic season so far in his first one of Grandmasters, and this was just a great game. Go back and watch this. It was awesome. He faced Bunnyhoppor, who was really looking to make a deep run this week, and Bunnyhoppor did end up taking the victory. We saw, you can see Superfake did get that first game with his Shaman, but then the Druid came out to play. And although Superfake tried, Bunnyhoppor did manage the 3-0 sweep with the Druid, taking that series overall.
Yes, indeed. There was a fractional missed lethal in there, let's say, for Bunny. But as he later told me, if you miss lethal and win the game anyway, that's just strictly optimal.
Yeah.
So I'm not necessarily sure where I land on that one, but we'll let him off because he's a great player regardless. We then moved on to Letta versus Xbylyzes. Letta was fighting for his GM career at this point, but it was this clockwork assistant play and this subsequent solar embers from Letta, which was one of the big crux deciding moments of the series. Letta needed one fireball to go face to get rid of that druid, and since he was unable to get rid of the druid, it was druid sweep the second as Xbylyzes was able to go 3-0, essentially eliminating all possibility for Letta to have continued impact on Grandmasters. And then it was a very similar story in our last series of the day, Raven, if you can fit any words into the time it takes to recap this series.
If you ever find yourself with approximately 1.5 minutes and you don't know what to do with your time, feel free to watch this series. Casie versus Gabby, he started on Quest Hunter, and guess what? He finished the series on Quest Hunter as he just played just everything out. He played hyper aggressive. This Demon Hunter matchup was nice. He was making some weird looking plays, but it was a respect to that specific game. Make sure to check it out if you've got just a few minutes spare. But that is going to be our top 8. We're going to start off with Jarla and a Bunnyhoppor. Then we have Floki, Casie. That's actually going to be, let me just triple check now just to get this right, because there was a scheduling change. Yes, we are actually, the second match of the day is going to be Frenetic versus xBlyzes. You can see at the bottom there. Then we have Seiko versus Fury. Then we will finish on Floki versus Casie. Slight schedule change just because one of the players just needed it and it wasn't really a big problem, so it was fine. But yeah, we are starting on that Jarla versus Bunnyhoppor matchup, but a lot of exciting ones and still those key opportunities for these players, right? So we talked that Gabby and Casie, who faced each other yesterday, both were in identical spots and both really needed to win their match, and obviously only one could. So Casie's in that spot right now, having Floki to face later on.
Yeah, and something that we didn't mention, of course, Gabby has a huge number of fans, developed a massive following over last year, but that defeat for Gabby put an end to his chances in Grandmasters and for Grandmasters last call and all that stuff moving forward. So Gabby at this point is no longer a Grandmaster. At least we will not see him performing in Grandmasters anymore, which is a shocking outcome, I would say, that not too many other people would have predicted. He joins Falcane, RDU, Letta, and xBlyzes, who are no longer have any chance of making playoffs or Grandmaster's last call. Everyone else is in with at least a fractional chance. Annoyingly, Viper is holding on, not because I hold any grudge against Viper, it's just he has the most complex scenario and it keeps worming its way towards the point. Viper isn't in the tournament, as you saw from the bracket, but if every other result goes perfectly for him, he can just cling on to a top 8 spot without getting any more points, which would be incredible to see. But this matchup, Jarla versus Bunny, and later the matchup between Furyhunter and Seiko is going to go the furthest to deciding who our top 4 players and therefore our European representatives for Grandmasters last call later in the year are going to be.
Yeah, and one thing I will just mention as well, because we have changed a lot, we have become very used to seeing, well, X amount of Grandmasters make it to Worlds. That's Worlds. But now we have changed that, actually, where there's going to be 8 slots that aren't going to be through Grandmasters specifically, and they are going to be through Masters Tours results. So even, for example, the likes of Gabby, who now won't be able to carry on through Grandmasters, well, if anyone's going to be able to qualify to a championship from the Masters Tours to then maybe make it to Worlds, I'd be okay putting Gabby's name in that hat for that one. So there's still a chance that you can see your favorite player who may not currently now be a Grandmaster, and now that the season's coming to an end, but still can have a decent chance at making it to the World Championship later on this year. But you are right, we are going to kick it off with Jarla and Bunnyhoppor, and 2 pretty different lineups actually, with Bunnyhoppor on that Hunter Warrior, and then Jarla on the Mage Paladin, with both players having Demon Hunter Druid, which I think is the most common pairing of classes that we see across all lineups this week.
Yeah, when I was building my fake lineup for this week of Last Hero Standing, this is kind of what I landed on. Not Jarla's lineup specifically, but kind of what you're describing, where you bring Druid and Fel Demon Hunter as the decks that everyone else has to solve the problem to, right? You force players to have the counter cues to those decks, otherwise they're going to sweep, and then you use your other two spots to then create those counter cues for things that you think people are going to use, whether it's those two decks I've just described, whether it's a control warrior that you think people might be bringing into play, which consequently I think is maybe what Jarla has done here with Mizaki Mage, which might be very beneficial for him in this series, because of course Bunny does have that unique control warrior, sort of the no win condition control warrior that he has available. So something like Mizaki Mage could be a very useful Q snipe for Jarla in that regard if that control warrior comes up.
Yeah, and we did see a double Druid ban from obviously both players here, so we are going to kick it off with the Fel Demon Hunter for Jarla. Again, super standard list. Honestly, I found myself sort of, the more I watch this deck, well, I have watched it over the course of the past X amount of weeks, the more I really enjoy playing it, casting it, learning more about it, because at surface level, it does feel like, oh, just play some spells to remove stuff, and then play Jace or the Expendable Performers combo. And at a certain level, that's true, but the way you get to those win conditions is so varied and flexible based on matchup, how your draw's going, how just the game is going in general. You can actually take so many different approaches to how to play this deck. I think the skill ceiling on it is extremely high.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And a player that has gone very far to getting the most out of that skill ceiling is Bunnyhoppor, who has kind of brought Fel Demon Hunter into its own as kind of a pet deck. We had the story last week that he was undefeated with Fel Demon Hunter, going all the way up until the very ends, where I believe he did finally pick up a loss. So he has an incredible win rate on that deck. His lineup overall is very interesting this time around because of that control warrior, which, as I said, does not play a Kazakus, it does not play a charge combo. All the cards that you would allocate to those kind of spots, he's then replaced with just armor vendors, additional copies of Heavy Plate, Rancor, which is something which is not present in the charge version, Kresh as extra armor as well, Cargo Guard, which is not a card that we ever really see outside of Pirate Warrior. So it's a super duper armor focused version of Warrior, really I think intended as a Q snipe for those decks that do have finite amounts of damage. So it'd be really interesting to see, if and when and where he chooses to use that in the series, because reminder, last time we were asking that question, we never got the answer because he just swept with
Sick of it. As we take a look at Bunnyhoppor's Quest Hunter, so that is the deck that's going to be going up against the Demon Hunter. One thing I would like to see, and unfortunately I was kind of getting ready, so I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I did see a similar matchup in APAC where it was the Warrior versus the Mizaki Mage, and that is something we might see just to see what these limits of damage is, because we know that Mizaki Mage can do insane damage, but that's if everything is sort of left for them to do that with, and Jarla is very, very good at the deck, but I'm just interested to see if it's even realistically possible, or how you would go about it with actually gaining enough armor or creating enough disruption. So maybe we'll get to see that a little bit down the line, but for now, it is going to be the Quest Hunter. And we've seen this deck do pretty incredible things actually recently, haven't we? We've seen the deck obviously sweep that we saw it yesterday, but also we've just seen the deck just be a very consistent deck going even into the late games, as well as just doing the usual, just blast out spells, play Tavish, and then just win sort of thing. It can go surprisingly long.
It can, yeah, for sure. Particularly with the additions now to the deck of Ferocious Howl, for example, where... wait, is that the wrong... That's a different card, isn't it?
No, Ferocious Howl is correct.
Okay, good. What's the other card that's very similar to that from many expansions ago that I'm thinking of? Doesn't matter. Because of the addition of that card, you have that ability of just, top decking the right thing at the right time, and then you're just full of value again with tracking to go looking for that as well. Whereas before, in previous builds of Hunter, Barrack Kodobane was really a one-off card that did that for you, whereas now you have multiple copies of similar effects that can keep you progressing through the game with tracking, quick shot, howl, all the various things that you can throw on top of that.
Already kicking it off, Jarla not the best opening hand, because although he does want heal in this matchup more than likely, I think the key thing, as always.
No, Raven, you moron! It's Furious Howl. Ferocious Howl is a completely different card. I was right. What?
Wait, what?
It's called Furious Howl. Ferocious Howl is the draw a card, gain 1 armor thing for Druid, right?
Same thing. Whatever.
Okay.
Tomato, tomato, right?
If you have one job on this broadcast, it's to catch mistakes I make about Hunter. If you can't do that, what are you even here for?
Ferocious Howl's a druid card. Close enough. Still beast-like, okay?
Yeah.
Furious, ferocious, I don't know.
Yeah.
Card draw howl for Hunter. That's what it should be called. Anyway, as I was saying, trying to give some in-depth analysis here.
Oh, go ahead.
Why are you shouting me about not knowing card names?
Looking forward to this.
Yeah, Jarla really wants some card draw.
Set up and payoff.
Yep.
You love to see it.
This is kind of interesting. Bunny's minion package is double Rustro and Slate. And Thanos as well. I do wonder if this is ever like shuffle the Viper, see what you draw, and then maybe Arcane Shot this turn, just to give his Drekthar the highest chance of getting beefier minions. Because I think versus Demon Hunter, you would rather Drekthar push out the 3/4s and not necessarily the card draw right now.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The other interesting factor, though, is how big of an impact does Eldrazi Warblades have on this matchup? Like, do you want to just have a Viper in your hand being a Viper, as opposed to just dumping it on the board without the battle cry?
True.
Ooh.
He did just go for Dragonbane, push the damage in. Maybe rewarded, but the big problem, Sol. Remember we were talking about rules yesterday? You always coin Drekthar if you can. But if this Warblade is equipped, does Bunny break the one rule of Hunter right now?
I think we're going to find out.
What? Ouch. Weirdly enough, like, obviously Jarla would not know this exact situation, of course, but just equipping Warblades and doing nothing else would be like the most disruptive thing he can do. But that situation coming up happens so rarely that I do understand him going for more draw, but I feel like just using the mana this turn and then having more mana to use with the tradable next turn as a worst case might have felt a little bit better.
Yeah, we have seen this, though, from Jarla and in series involving Jarla going back the other way, though. Like, this is a double Viper list from Bunny. So we've seen various players throughout the last couple of weeks of Europe Grandmasters just say, okay, I'm just going to wait until I can get immediate value out of my weapon. Whether that be Swine Tusk Shank and then just make sure you're doing, like, Cutting Class in the same turn as Rogue. Or in this case, like a big Warblade swing with a Fury, with a Chaos Strike, with some Kurtrus hero powers, whatever it is, later in the game when you've already taken, 10, 12, 15 damage from Hunter pressure and hero powers, just to be able to bounce that back up. I don't necessarily disagree with it, but since it was just so on curve, Lorinda can fact check me on this, but I believe a 2-of in your deck by turn 3 is still unfavored to be in your hand, depending on how aggressively you're going to mulligan for it. So it's a risk that could have been taken, but I'm certainly not going to criticize Jarla for sticking with what has seemed to be a fairly consistent anti-Viper strategy for him throughout the last few weeks.
Bunnyhoppor does have the choice now to coin out Drekthar, and as I've said, it's extremely hard not to, especially as you can probably have a solid read that Jarla's hand is kind of trash. And even if there's a lot of removal now, if a okay, that was a good pickup. If a Fell Scream is used on this board, yeah, you don't really want to see it as the Hunter, but the overheal is a small bonus for you, right? Because it's not like Bunny's got him down to 10, and then Jarla goes Arcanist Fell Scream to clear a board, and then gains tons of extra health. Like, he would gain a total of 2 health if he goes for Fell Scream. Maybe 3 if he trades in. One mana to play with. Doesn't really help him out here. Even if he wanted to be hyper defensive, like double fell scream still doesn't really line up a clean clear.
No, that seems horrific.
Yep. Maybe he just throws the Viper. As in trades it, sorry. Just says I'll deal with it next turn. He does have that Immolation Aura to help out a lot. Does have the Eldraki Warblades if he wants to start using that to trade.
Alright, he is going to use the Fell Scream just to clear up most of the board, just leave the Viper behind on the other side. This might give him the opportunity now just to get some immediate value out of the Warblades next turn. At least get a decent heal, kill a minion at the same time. He also now, of course, saw one Viper get summoned off the Drekthar, which I guess somewhat reduces the re that there's a Viper in hand on the other side. Although I think until you see both of them get pulled off the Drekthar, you're never going to stop thinking about that possibility.
Now, Bunny does have Piercing Shot and Wound Prey, which is, you know, obviously a great combo. And because of that, I wonder if this is like Bowler Shot Dragonbane this turn? And even though, yes, it makes his Viper killable from Immolation Aura, Eldraki without hero power, like, these things would kill it with just a 1-mana hero power anyway. So, for want of progressing your quest, is it worth to make the Viper slightly more vulnerable to this removal? I don't know.
End up on Arcane Shot instead. I do like preserving the Wound Prey Piercing Shot combo together.
Yep.
I think if you are going to take the tradable, this is probably the only play that makes sense in this spot.
But they're still bowled. Slightly less damage, but a little bit scary because Jarla doesn't often play out minions, and right now Bunny also has nothing and is likely not to have a lot to bowler shot this game.
That's fair.
And now, one of the ultimate decks at being good versus Glide is this Hunter, honestly. It's like, it's always, it like never feels good to outcast Glide a Quest Hunter right now, because they generally, especially, we saw a masterclass from Casie yesterday, right? Of how you play to make them just never really want to Glide ever. He's just playing as aggressive with your cards as possible.
I think Casie was legitimately down to one card in hand by the time Glide on Curve would have come out from Gabby, which was absurd, but yeah. Again, the Warblades question has to be asked. It's reasonable here. You just saw one Viper on board, you saw one Viper traded away, so now Jarla's like, okay, cool, Warblades time. This makes sense. He's going to bring it down, he's going to attack the weapon. Little bit of a shake of the head from Bunny. He kind of lost the battle of patience here, and honestly, there is no greater series to highlight the battle of patience than between Jarla and Bunnyhoppor right now. But Jarla's kind of come out victorious there and got a little bit of value out of that Warblades from the left of his hand that he wasn't necessarily entitled to, which could end up being very, very clutch.
This has actually been timed really well, because he gets to use 4 mana on Piercing Shot, and it puts him at 1 away from Tavish. Next turn, he can just Arcane Shot Tavish, because the one time you hate to see Glide as Hunter, even if it draws you more cards, is if Tavish is glidden away. So that is the one thing he wanted to avoid. Bunnyhoppor done a great job of that, because now he has the perfect 6-mana turn, which is a 1-mana damage spell, get Tavish, play Tavish, enjoy the rest of the game. Jarla could mess that up if he glides, though. Bunny might not get a 1 cost back.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic, right? This is a very hard decision to make with hero cards. Like, obviously, when the Glide and hero cards, quest rewards thing came up early, a lot of more casual players were like, oh, you know, Glide and Mutinous and Mind Render Elusia as it was back then, like, this disrupts your opponent playing their quest reward. As you get to a higher level, no, it doesn't, because it's the first thing that everyone always plays around 100% of the time, so that never actually happens. Like, the quest reward gets played in matchups where that's possible on the same turn it gets generated, consistently. So that never, ever happens. So then you have to think about, well, do I just use those disruption cards earlier so that I then disrupt the hand that my opponent has set up to be able to do that, because I know that's what they're trying to do. Jarla in the end just chooses to go for the self-glide, which makes sense, obviously, in this situation. Just in a vacuum, he's giving more value to Bunny with a glide than he would do otherwise. He just wants to get on with his own quest completion. But I do think that that is an interesting dynamic that can help you just delay your opponent a couple of turns in particular situations.
Especially one exactly like this, right? It's so specific. The quest reward costs 5. So you know that exactly what is required in the hand to actually activate this turn. Bunny now has that in 2 options, Wound Prey or Arcane Shot. Just going to quickly triple check. He is running double piercing shot, so that is an excuse to use to not use Wound Prey. He also still has bowler shot and overwhelm, which is another reason to keep Wound Prey so he can target his own minions. Therefore, I completely agree with this approach here from Bunnyhoppor. Use the arcane shot. 2 damage to face is always 2 damage to face, and then just get that Tavish on the board. And now, Jarla sitting there on 11 does have Aldraki Warblades, but really, everything's on him now to just sort this out, right? He's the one on low health. He's not progressed his quest as quickly as Bunny, which is fine, generally speaking. But he needs to pull something out the bag because the Tavish is down, and Bunny will have 4 cards in hand next turn. That often means you are just very dead at this point.
From 11, for sure, yeah. Jarla yet to see a Fury this game. I think, you know, while I was talking about a different dynamic, the big reason Jarla just really decided to reset with the glide is that he needed big healing, and big healing was not really a thing that was available in his hand currently. So I think he understands he needs to go digging as efficiently as possible here. And he starts with the Need for Greed tradable. Interesting. Locking out the Spectral Sight.
Ooh,
Chaos Leech now, which alongside Fell Barrage is a good chunk of healing and clears the Tavish.
He trades this Viper as well, right?
He trades the Viper, and then he'll go Barrage, probably Spectral Sight to end the turn.
Yep. Yeah, and just, you were talking about Jarla not seeing Fury. On the other side of this, Jarla has also not seen aim shots, quick shots, you know, a lot of the high damage tools that could just be sat in Bunny's hand. Oh, there you go. And it just starts to stack up, right? What's that? That's 7, 9, and 11.
10 plus 2 more. Yeah, it's enough, right?
I think so.
This does 7. Wound Prey does 1, and then 3 more hero powers. Oh no, because he doesn't have enough targets. Yeah, he only has 1 target for bowler shot or overwhelm. Yeah, otherwise it would be.
Only he used the bowler earlier. Could be a Dragonbane.
True. Yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe this is a... Well, he's probably okay for both of these spells, honestly. He might even wait, because it's likely, because the Aldraki Warblades is equipped, that Jarla's going to play Kurtrus next turn. So it's like hyper likely that there's something to target with, right? But he's going to use the bowler because it's simply just the more expensive one. If you can spend less mana and Ferocious, Furious, Feeble, Howl, whatever we want to call it, is drawn, then you want the most mana possible, because there are still a piercing shot in there, there's still Rinlin's Rifle, you know, there are some reasonably expensive cards that you want in just as much mana as possible to be free for.
And this is a very real consideration for Jarla this turn. He wants to draw cards as efficiently as possible, which usually, even then, playing Kurtrus for 5 mana does increase your efficiency with the rest of the deck. But he's also got to weigh that efficiency against coming up with a potential win condition at some point, but also just putting a 7/7 body in play, which might be directly responsible for causing him to take more damage on the following turn. Oh no.
I'm sorry. It's just so funny because at first you're like, oh, Glide, he could get Furies, right? And that would help him out a lot. Be like, wait, every Fury he gets is countered by any of the cards Bunny gets as well. Oh, it's so rough. He would have to get exactly like double Fury
Fury, Fury, Chaos Strike, Chaos Strike. Like something that ridiculous to be
There's
anywhere
a Chaos
near.
Strike. He could still do it. Into another Chaos Strike, into another Fury. Oh, I mean, 2 millions for Bunny. That's something to look at.
Yeah.
These are actually pretty bad draws for Bunny. This is about as good as Jarla could have hoped for. Still should be enough, right?
I mean, he has 3 spells in his hand. Sure. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whichever way.
This works too. That's fine.
I was honestly sat there like, can he resize in pouch for a 1-1 and then piercing shot that for cool factor? I don't.
He just had 3 spells in his hand.
I know. I'm just trying to say, like, what is the funniest way he could win the game at that point? Like, what is the absolute styling way you can win? Bunnyhoppor takes game 1, of course, on that Hunter. And are we going to see a bit of a repeat from yesterday? Are we going to see Quest Hunter continue to prove itself, at least in our eyes, and start to sweep against the Mizaki Mage? It's probably fast enough, right? Mizaki Mage doesn't heal. Quest Hunter never needs to proc an Ice Barrier. And then the other deck is the Control Warrior, which I guess is just the big question mark of the series right now. Oh, sorry, not the Control Warrior, the Paladin, the Libram Paladin. I was looking at Bunny's list. So there is the Libram Paladin and the Mizaki Mage now to potentially fight against this Quest Hunter.
Yeah, and honestly, although Libram Paladin, I think we just habitually call it a question mark and a problem. We're just sort of so used to doing that. It's actually been fine this week. It started like day 1, it was the 2nd highest win rate class in the tournament, I believe. It's still holding 50%. And actually, if you break down this series with the Libram Paladin, it has good matchups against everything except arguably the Spell Druid. So I'm not actually surprised to see Jarla now coming out with this Libram Paladin, because honestly, this could be his sweep deck in the series, the way that it's stacked up against Bunnyhoppor. It's a strange dynamic, I know, but definitely could happen with the Druid ban.
It's pretty interesting as well. You see the 1 of Trog and the 1 Broomstick, and it's definitely a nod to expecting to ban Druid, right? Because if you wanted this as a counter deck versus Druid in some respect, you would never only run 1 Trog, right? It's just crazy. But because, again, Jarla bans Druid, you still want a Trog in there for that potential against some other classes, but it's not quite as important as it is versus exactly the, or in the exact Druid matchup. But yeah, this is an interesting one because, again, Hunter, we can just see make it work, and yes, Libram Paladin has access to Libram of Hope, but that is normally quite slow compared to what a good Hunter draw can do, right? Because the damage is relentless. It's pretty high damage output once you get past that Tavish quest. So we'll have to see how this one goes. Starting off Jarla with an Aldor Attendant. Mulligan for now. Bunny, not the best. I wonder if he's going to keep Rinlins. Surely not. What do you think, Saul? I can see merit for Rinlin's Rifle in this matchup, but can he keep a 4-mana card that isn't even a spell?
So I'm going to predict that Bunny's going to keep it, but I'm also going to say that I don't agree. I don't know why I think Bunny's going to keep it, but we'll see if I'm right in that prediction or not. Because personally, for me, I think the way Quest Hunter wins this matchup is what you described, just too fast, right? The Casie draw that we saw yesterday, and just go pow, 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 play Tavish on 6, and then just go from there and be very relentless with damage. Hope they haven't hit Truthseeker and they don't have super cheap Libram of Hopes to go through. I think if you get into a mid-game grind battle with Paladin, then you're going to end up losing. And Rinling's Rifle is a mid-game grind battle kind of card. So I was wrong in my prediction. Bunny does throw it away, but as mentioned, it's a decision that I do very much agree with, I think.
Only playing a weird-looking face hunter deck here with this draw. It's just all minions.
This is actually me on day 2 of playing Hearthstone, because like many people new to playing Hearthstone and wanting to climb ladder, I was playing aggressive hunters, but I actually packed a golden Blood Mage Thalnos in one of the very first packs I opened while playing Hearthstone. So I was like, oh, golden legendary, put that in every deck that I'm playing.
And you fast forward and think, Well, yeah, that was probably just good anyway, because Thanos is
wasn't
just
that
a
bad.
good card.
Yeah.
Here, though, you might be wondering why Iron Deep Trog wasn't slammed turn 1 like it is in almost every matchup. But Hunter had so many ways, especially once you add on that it's on turn 2 for Bunnyhoppor. There are so many cards that kill it that it's just simply not worth, right? Yeah, especially if he has an alternate 1-drop.
Mm-hmm. Coin Banana Man available, and it does cash out into an enormous amount of stats because you're buffing 3 1-drops. Generally, the cheaper the minions that you hand buff are, the more efficient those hand buffs end up being.
That makes sense, right? I like it as well because although Jarla's played a minion that's very resistant to a lot of the early Hunter spells, you can't do that forever, right? You do have to feed the Hunter a little bit.
Ooh, very nice.
Gonna go second attendant then, I imagine.
I cannot wait to read these.
Oh, that'll work.
Will.
Would have loved a bowler shot though. I also wonder how realistic it is, especially with this hand, that Bunny is almost never going to trade that Viper, because Carriel is actually a hero. Carriel, sorry, is actually a huge problem, right? Because suddenly you're mage pinging them with your special ability and not doing anything else, so reduce the damage a lot going forward.
Speaking of bowler shots, and to give you an opportunity to redeem yourself on your hunter knowledge, which is sorely needed right now, Raven. So a bowler is the thing where it's like a string with weights on the end, right? And you throw it at people and it like wraps around them. So how can you shoot a bowler? Is that a thing? Does that make sense?
Have you not seen stuff like that? It's in loads of films. It's like like a net gun.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, you're right. Now that you mention it,
and then you shoot it, it spins round and goes, poof, catches their legs and they're down. See?
That makes sense.
Redeemed. I never thought my knowledge of weird weapons that probably don't really even exist would come in useful.
I mean, takes one to know one, right? You are a weird weapon, so...
I mean, you've got a good knowledge of weird weapons, right?
Where's this going?
The yo-yo.
Don't make me do it.
A hunting weapon of old.
It's not the marketing myth, Raven. All right.
Cavemen invented it, right? To hunt dinosaurs with a yo-yo.
Okay, for those of you at home,
Don't listen
the
to
idea that yo-yos were used by like some sort of ancient people as a weapon to hunt with is a myth invented by Duncan demonstrators as a cool story to tell kids as they went round and did yo-yo tricks for people. That's not true. Shut up.
It's the design, though. Oh, they made this weapon. All right, what's its features? Well, it's pretty short range. It can only go as far as a piece of string.
I mean, honestly, Raven, how long is a piece of string? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
Yeah, that's where I was going. But yeah, and then we've attached just a small block of wood.
Yes.
That's the best we could come up with as a hunting weapon. Oh. Well, Bunnyhoppor did the forbidden, or did the forbidden play. There we go. I'm back with it. Of not playing Drekthar this turn.
It's very true.
It's so forbidden. It's all shocked into silence.
Damn.
There's one thing that's been true since, I feel like since Paladins existed, minus maybe one specific deck they've had in the past, of if you push them off board, they kind of suck, right? Because there's nothing to buff, right? There's nothing to buff, then you make something buff it, that's your whole turn, and then your opponent just stays ahead, right? So I do wonder if, like, although Buddy did spend his turn removing board and progress his quest, whether just having a bigger board and saying, well, what are you actually going to do on turn 4, to stop, you know, 3 pretty chunky minions.
Wow. Ultimate Jarla play. You cannot make him use any of those minions. And it makes sense. And honestly, this was a really difficult turn. This is why I was sort of mostly silent and letting you do your thing. Like, obviously, when you're playing against Quest Hunter, if you the only thing you're going to do is hero power, you skip hero power, right? Like, that just kind of makes sense. You don't having a 1/1 on board to activate targets for all of their spells, sure. However, on top of that, I do think having Carry or Roam as a thing to react with, having Broom as a thing to react with, you don't necessarily want to play Trog until you can make it big and resistant to spells on the other side. You talked about that dynamic on turn 1, but that dynamic continues to remain true for the whole game. So I think Jarla, in typical Jarla fashion, just went through his hand one by one and said, nope, there is no compelling reason for me to play any of these cards.
I would have 100% played Carriel if I was in that position. I'll just be honest about it. Because the Divine Shield, like, the requirement of quest progression is you deal damage with spells. So the first spell onto the shield actually doesn't progress the quest. And I would view that as if Carriel's even removed, they've got, you know, maybe more than one depending on the cards used, but a whole card would be soaked, right, by using the Divine Shield, unless it was exactly the 1/1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still though, now he's facing down the Slate Drekthar Snake combo. That slight frustration of if he carries into the Slate, because it's Slate, then he leaves arguably the stronger minion alive in terms of just damage.
Yeah. He does have so much healing available already that I don't think raw damage is an immediate concern right now. Obviously, raw damage is kind of all Quest Hunter deals in up until a point. So, you know, min-maxing amount of damage taken over the course of the game is usually your primary concern. But I think certainly not just getting wound prayed to death here is more of a thing to play around than that 1 extra damage on board.
Would be a great deck, wouldn't it? Just 30 wound praise.
And a professor.
Like one. One.
I think the big deal here is as well, like, yes, he has Broom, but I don't think he necessarily wants to commit Broom anytime soon, necessarily, because now he needs a way to deal with Tavish at some point as well. So if he doesn't deal with the Slate there, when does he deal with the Slate, right? Like, it just kind of sits there for several turns, just nuking everything that he puts into play. As you mentioned earlier, the problems that Paladin have being reactive to board never really changed.
Pretty nice Overwhelm, just cleanly kills the Trog. And then if he really wants, he could Overwhelm. A little bit weird, but cause I'm not sure what quest progression is on. But Overwhelm Brynlin's Rifle actually doesn't seem so bad. Then you can look for a card like Pack Tactics. Oh yeah, even better now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go a different way. Maybe actually, if he hero powers Rinlin's Rifle, maybe he looks for a different. Like, he wouldn't want freezing. What, the Discover Soul?
I can't actually see. I got kicked out of Spectator as well.
Oh, you're here for one thing.
Yeah, I know.
One job.
I know.
You go. Oh, he did go Pack Tactics. I just wonder if Cages was available for him, because I think if it was, he probably would have gone Cage. Because it feels like, again, 6 mana, 7 with the coin.
Yeah.
It's so unlikely that these minions will die. Obviously, we can see that there is a Broom available. So, you know, they can die, but still. Coin. Hope. Broom.
Yeah. Coin initially just to test for Ice Trap as well, right? And then since that worked, he now has a potential Broom play. Can mess around with the Broom as well to test for freezing, just in the niche scenario where empty board freezing was taken there. Fear, of course, then still of Snake Trap and Pack Tactics, so he chooses to just say no, which is very reasonable as well. I think this is a good play, right? Because, as I said, the empty board freezing trap there would be very niche. However, you having just played an 8/8, this second swing, if it happens, is much more likely to then be a freezing trap, right? So you can then theoretically use your broom on a subsequent turn to pop the freezing trap and then get full value out of everything else that you're rushing.
Bunny might have to make a decision about this Viper soon, the one in hand, because it is starting to... Like, of course, Jarla's not really been at 7 mana this game, so he's not a chance to play a Carriol, but it's just... It's Viper that he's holding, but then Furious Howl is the other card, right? And you just think like, oh, like, do you just throw the Viper away to get a spell that's dumpable and then you can Furious a lot easier? Or is Bunny just saying, no, I need an answer to Carriol or I'll lose the game?
Ice Explosive and Snakes were the options that time around. He took Ice.
And this is just a great Ice trap, right? Because Jarla's tested for the first one. Therefore, coin has gone. And Bunny's got a very solid read that there's no Librams of Wisdom, right? Because nothing's been played and they've been reduced all game from turn 1.
Yep. Which makes the Vindicator a fairly interesting draw.
Yeah, Vindicate, and then play the spell, and then Devout. If it's not Ice.
If it works, of course.
Yeah. But it's an easy tester, right? Because you can still play the Vindicator, and if you see it's Ice, maybe then you think about Broom.
Yeah.
Bunnyhoppor has done a good job here of just setting up a great combination of traps.
Indeed, yeah.
Horse, okay.
Wah, wah.
But he can still go Horse and go Broom. But then we see that Pack Tactics is going to be a pain if he wants to actually Broom this.
Yeah, I think
just
he'll
leave
hold
it.
Broom
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
No, I agree. He knows now the Libram of Hope #2 is guaranteed. He's not going to get ice trapped again from here, so he's not overly concerned about taking a little bit more damage.
This is decision time, I think, for Bunny. Can Hero Power... Oh, he could just Hero Power Bowler, play Tavish. There you go, never mind.
Yep.
I forgot he was 1 off.
Yeah, he's 1 of 2 right now, so he's...
Yeah, I thought he was 2. That's my bad, I'm sorry.
No Mutinous Fears, no such thing going on right now. Can play it immediately, but now Jarla, who's been super greedy with this Broom the whole game, now gets rewarded for that greed.
He does, but the Pack Tactics will still help Bunny out.
Yep.
It's only a 3/3 with no real effect minion on board, but still good. Oh, Bunny choosing. Do I use the 1 mana now?
One mana floating if you're going to do Libram of Hope and Broom this turn.
Yep.
Starting with the trade on the Rustrock Viper does seem to make sense. You're not going to be able to fit the Devout Pupil in anyway, because it'll go down to 3 after the Libram is played.
Obviously already seen Renlings, so been really left to look at.
Still no Wisdom. Like, Wisdom would be so sick here just to be able to chain discounts on that Devout Pupil. Yeah, if that draw had been Wisdom, you'd be able to play the Pupil as well this turn, right?
Yeah.
You could play a single Libram of Wisdom 3 times.
Yep. Is a good turn there for Jarla, but Bunny still has 7 damage on board, right? Which is how good that Pack Tactics was. Like, that is okay, maybe slightly less. No? Okay. Jarla baited me then. So, you know, it is a reasonable amount of damage, and I think this might be the moment where Bunny trades the Viper at last.
Yeah, that decision was quite tough from Jarla. I think that indecision was very genuine because He cleared more stats, making the trade that he did, but he can clear more attack by killing the 4-2, which potentially changes breakpoints on his 8-8 taunt, right? Which ends up being relevant. However, what he killed was a beast as opposed to a not beast, which then affects overwhelm breakpoints as well. So there's a lot of different things to end up considering in that position.
And even in some weird circumstances, resizing pouch into poison on beast, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a big deal as well. Still though, Bunny looks like he's in a great position to just chomp his way through this 8-8. Now Furious Howl, and 4 mana is a lot, especially with all these minions that have been played out.
You get down to perfect 0, he can get down to perfect 0 with the resizing pouch. Wait, that Windbreak can go face, right? Because you can play for the Serpent Bloom out? Okay, he does choose to...
I don't think he'll want it. I don't think, yeah. I think because this is dead, I think he'd rather save resizing pouch for next turn.
Okay.
And you know what? Win the game with King Crush.
Win the game with King Crush.
Tell me it's not possible.
Oh, finally.
Problem is though, Sol, it's the age-old problem with Paladin is when do you find time to play Liadrin if you're under pressure to get more Libram of Hopes back?
Yep. Needs a way to scam a little bit of healing, but I'm not really seeing it currently.
There's... Wait, is the play... You can Hand of a Doll enemy minions, right? I'm not going crazy here. I'm not missing some...
Yeah, you can.
Is it... ever do anything to... Yeah, Hand of a Doll into Liadrin, the hero? Cariel, the hero, sorry. Liadrin.
So you'd leave 9
Kill
on board.
No. You'd kill the 4-2.
Sure, okay, so you kill the 4-2, you take 2. So you go up to 11, you go down to 9, killing the 4-2. There's then a 5-3 on board that is dealing 3 damage. So you're down to 6, which is 6 hero powers your opponent would need to do. Yeah, I mean...
Wait, there's a 5-3 on board dealing... What?
You've just cast Hand of a Doll on it, right?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
But yeah, I mean, it's an out for sure.
It's a
there.
thing, yeah. But, I mean, it was a huge stretch. Jarla just hoped there wasn't, there was maybe another minion and a bad draw there, but
yeah,
as long as there's a few spells, Bunny did have resizing pouch that he could potentially manipulate as well to help him out if he really needed it, but he did not. And Hunter takes another victory there. It did look like as well that, yes, Jarla didn't have Librams of Wisdom, which was a huge deal throughout the game, would have helped so much with an earlier Devout Pupil, but I do think the way Bunnyhoppor approached this, especially off the back of this Drekthar and the way those secrets came down from the Rinland's rifle, helped him out a lot. And he punched through 2 relatively early Librams of Hope. One was coined out and then the other one was played, right? Or something like that. Like they were really early, which is something that as hunters, the one thing you feel like you lose to the most is just the on-curve Librams back to back. Yeah, Bunny got there.
He did indeed. He did also have an early Drekthar of his own, which was a big deal. And then an insane empty hand, Furious Howl, which got him an incredible amount of value of repeated damage as well. The play at the end from Jarla, yeah, I think he was almost always dead with what he did. Maybe, the cycle for Cariel is actually even slightly better than I was giving it credit for when I was counting it, because when you corrected me to, he kills the 4-2, I'm like, okay, it means he weaponed the 4-2. But no, the AoE just kills.
Oh, yeah, the AoE I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's extra damage that I counted in that you don't even take in that scenario. So it's even a little better than I was accounting for. But obviously that's a 1-outer off buffing your opponent's minion, which is always a little bit weird. Jarla's position in the world where he's not dead, he gets those 2 Libram of Hopes back, which are just probably immediately game winning at that point, right? Off guaranteed information of something that you know is going to happen. So, tough game for sure. I would have preferred to be on the Libram Paladin side for that one. However, I would not prefer to be on the Mizaki Mage side in this one going into the last game.
Very quickly, we'll just mention as well as we dive into this one that I do think Bunnyhoppor's holding the Viper for so long, and then the turn he chose to not hold on to it was really good. It might have just seemed obvious, but some players might have shuffled it earlier, and then if a carrier came down, you're upset. But then I think just the timing of saying, okay, it has to be exactly carrier now, and even then it might not be a problem, right? If you're drawing 3 more cards, like that is still doable. So yeah, just a clean play from Bunnyhoppor as we come to expect. But yeah, we are ready to go into game number 3. Bunnyhoppor, of course, on the Quest Hunter once again. Jarla on Mazaki Mage, and I've been playing this deck over the past day or so, just just putting some more reps in with it. And I've struggled to find another deck where you can feel so godlike and so pitiful in different games, right? Because some games you just die and you're like, oh, well, okay, bad draw. But then the sheer amount of combo damage you can do is great. But I do think that Hunter is too relentless. The one thing you really want to avoid as Mazaki Mage, right, is just that early sort of mounting damage that can just stack and stack and stack.
I do think that is a good description. Yeah, it is a very polarized deck in terms of how powerful you think it is based on the results of the last game that you played.
Yes,
because,
yes.
yeah, if you're a European Grandmaster and you just draw in Cancer's Flow every game, then yes, you are going to be feeling, well, I guess both phenomenal cosmic power and itty bitty mana cost. Actually, just vaguely modifying the joke that I was about to make on the fly.
Very important to note as well, Bunny has thrown the quest here. He has actually just switched to Face Hunter, which again is a solid plan. You don't want to mess about. You don't want to get to those turn 8s or so where you've got Tavish down, you start doing fancy things, because you might be dead. So I do like this approach. Just get more damage, stack those hero powers, and it almost be like is reminiscent of Face Hunter versus Freeze Mage, right? Like this is how this matchup feels right now.
All right, Mazaki already in hand, Phoenix already in hand, Flow locked up and ready to go for turn 4. Everything Jarla is going to want, he just wants card draw to be able to support this now, so that he can power back and get his OTK as quickly as possible. Because make no mistake about it, there's no like alternate win condition in this situation. You know, in some more control-based matchups, if you don't get a big Mazaki combo going, you can just get to the end of your deck and make big ignites and win that way. Like, you just don't have time in this matchup. Yep. You just need an early win with Mazaki specifically to end up winning this matchup.
One thing I wouldn't like to see, because I think it would be bad for Bunnyhoppor, and I don't want bad things to happen for either of these players, but I would be very interested in this matchup to see the Hunter player draw an early Drekthar and just see what happens. Because you don't want to potentially proc ice barriers. You don't want minions on board for the mage to be able to aim things at. Mm-hmm. But it's Drekthar summoning 3 big minions on like turn 3 or 4. Like, I just love to see what a lot of players think about that potential play.
Aim shot, arcane shot with Blood Mage in hand already for Bunny. Like, this is turning into a lot of damage very quickly.
Love it so much. It just reminds me of like, well, is this lethal kind of play, right? Where you just add up the damage and be like, okay, in 5 turns, he's just dead.
Yeah, I mean, that was very much old school Face Hunter, right? When you had Arcane Golem and Wolf Rider and, like, you know, guaranteed sources of damage, Leroy, Unleash the Hounds, that kind of thing. That is how you played. You counted how many turns you needed to play all the cards in your hand and then subtract, you know, multiplied that through the number of hero powers that you get to press, and you'd say, is this lethal? Oh, cool, it is. All right, everything goes face. Sweet.
Right, let's just press the buttons.
Yeah.
Kind of a weird one here. Explosive Trap does look nice because of the mini mage, but is the mini mage ever going to attack? I don't think so, unless it's in absolute dire circumstances here for Jarla. This looks painful, but as you mentioned, this is the way Jarla would win, right? Play Incanter's Flow, play the good cards, and try and progress your game plan quickly, even though you're getting punched in the face.
Hot streak, first flame, just to deny a Blood Mage Thalnos. Like, oh my goodness, that is so much respect for not taking damage here from Jarla.
It's so much damage though, right? Because Blood Mage attacks for 1.
Yeah.
And then there's potentially 2 to 3 spells hitting you in the face. So that one Blood Mage living 1 turn deals 4 damage.
Mm-hmm. But then equally, like, because it's a Blood Mage Thalnos, the act of killing it might cause you to take more damage this turn anyway, if you've given your opponent a burn spell that fits the curve in a different way than it did before, so you have to modify that a little bit. Like, I definitely agree with the decision. Like, reduce as much damage as you can every turn, particularly because it's a removal spell that replaces itself anyway if you really need it again for the next turn. So
I think the hope is just the reduced amount of mana Bunny has access to would be enough to negate the card draw. Right? Because like Bunny could draw his whole deck right now, doesn't mean he's just won the game. You know, there's still gonna be Night, brain freeze.
that was the draw. That was very much the draw with the spring water off the top.
I'd hear arguments for just Mizaki being played out before that 1 mana was used then. Play it, hope for no slate, go.
But then what's even the go next turn? Look at your hand. It doesn't do anything.
Draw a good card next turn.
Yeah.
Just get him. Push the 3.
It's Geddon? I don't... What? Baron Geddon? I don't see a Baron Geddon anywhere. What are you talking about?
Get him.
Who's Baron Geddon? I don't... Obscure.
Geddon's cousin.
It's some obscure WoW character I just don't know about. If you'd have just immediately gone, well, actually, like, I know you're joking, but in WoW lore...
It's the... when there was alternate timelines, which happened, I believe, in Warlords of Draenor, there was a... Baron Geddon was not called Baron Geddon.
Yeah, no, I would have believed you, honestly. That sounds dumb enough to be a real thing in World of Warcraft.
Well, the alternate timeline thing did happen. It's just...
Of course it did,
Geddon.
yeah, no.
I'm not even joking. Oh. Mizaki? Like, is there really anything better to do than just play Mizaki and hope? Like, the Phoenix will proc next turn, right? Oh, no, he just played it, sorry. Oh, no, he didn't. He played last turn.
I think it's better this turn than it was last turn, because from this point, you probably only have 2 turns to live anyway. So you probably have to draw the nuts off the top next turn exactly regardless, right? It's just the question of whether you're more likely to draw the nuts card off the top and then have Mizaki in play, or do that 1 turn later, but have to spend 5 mana on Mizaki in that individual turn as well, and with 1 extra card and 1 extra natural mana, which is close, but I'd hear the argument for playing Mizaki that turn a lot more heavily than the previous one.
I think the problem for me is holding it. There's only been 1 flow played. I think if there was 2 flows played, I could see it, right? You take the 1 risk, the 1 turn risk, and then try and pop off. But because of only 1 flow, I think like even on 7 mana, with no mana biscuits yet in hand and been sort of banked, I think like hoping to win the game on 2 mana is a big, big ask. Whereas if you just play Mizaki, yes, Slate might just insta it. Yes, there might even be just enough damage to kill it straight up, which is the fear, and the extra fear. It's not just Slate. But I mean, Jarla's already shaking his head, right? Like, did this play really make anything worthwhile? I don't know. Nice explosive trap as well, because there's a certain amount of odds where Jarla might feel he has to attack with this 3-1 if there was no secret to push some extra damage, but now he knows that it will just die and push some more damage for Bunny.
Well, if he lives on 6, Biscuit is theoretically a good draw for the world where, you know, he top decks Springwater or Cram Session next turn.
Yeah.
But it's the theoretically living on 6 part of this equation that's a problem right now.
And what's rough here is we can see that Bunny doesn't exactly have 6 damage from hand right now.
No.
But if Jarla plays Mizaki, Bunny can probably just kill it, right? Which then will give Bunny more time to actually just hero power him down if he has to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean, if Bunny kills Mizaki, he wins the game. Like,
yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. It's not like it's close health-wise, right? Where Jarla could be like, okay, card draw, back-to-back ignites, that'll win it if I just have 1 more turn.
Right. Piercing shot removal.
Yep. Oh, tracking. Oh, okay. That's just going to be it. That's
Yes,
just
it is.
The tracking for piercing shot was exactly what Bunny's looking for. What's that? Okay, I'm all right with this. We don't often see the old Bunny pop off, but we saw it then. Yeah.
He's so inexperienced with popping off, he hasn't quite figured out you're supposed to wait 5
Timing.
seconds
Yeah.
before you do it. Come on, you amateur.
I'll still take it. I'll still take
Yeah.
it. We saw the Hopper part of Bunny's name really coming in there, coming in clutch there, and the Hunter sort of it seems good, right? That was a crazy series, and yet again another 3-0 sweep with Hunter.
Yeah, incredible stuff. It's been the deck that has impressed me the most, surprised me the most throughout these last couple of weeks of Grandmasters. But just to go some way to give some context as to what that big celebration from Bunny was about, this match was essentially a win and in for Grandmasters last call, a win and in match for top 4. Because as I mentioned, the other competitors who are fighting for that spot, perfectly timed now with the bracket, Seiko and Furyhunter, and they're playing each other, so they can't both win and pick up additional points.
Right.
So I believe that creates a win and in situation for Jarla and Bunnyhoppor. Bunnyhoppor has got the win, therefore Bunny has got the in. In the spirit of everyone getting what they want, this is arguably the best case scenario because Jarla is in the better tiebreaker situation. Tiebreakers are nonsense, by the way, and I'm not even going to get into them at all, but suffice it to say, Jarla could lose and still make top 4, which is the situation he's now in. Bunny could not, I believe. So Bunny having won there is huge for him because that was straight up win and in, lose and go home for Bunny. So that is a big, big deal, and I believe that means we'll be seeing potentially Bunny later on in the year in Grandmasters last call.
And what a recovery, right? His first week, and I imagine this is a fair response for all of the players that did this, but week 1 out of 3, you 0-2 and get 0 points that week, right? That is an absolute nightmare. And then suddenly, the week 2, Bunny won the week, which is, the complete opposite result, gaining those 5 points. And now he's banked that minimum of top 4, as you said, looking to put him in a great spot to actually continue onward. So congratulations to Bunny. That was well needed for him and well played. And it was with Hunter, which makes me happy. But that does mean that we've very quickly finished our first match of the day. We've got plenty more coming up, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Grandmasters. Hello everyone, welcome back. We are ready for our match 2 of the day. It's going to be Frenetic versus xBlyzes. And this one's probably going to be another spicy one, as is often the case when these two players compete against each other. We did have them last year in a playoff final with Frenetic taking the victory. So a bit of a grudge match going on here, no doubt. And a pretty cool lineup, honestly, from Frenetic, and one that's quite different. There's the Quest Hunter with the additions of a couple of mini mages in there, subtle. But then the lesser spotted Weapon Rogue that we've not really seen too much this week, at least, in there as well. And Frenetic, because you didn't see him on stream yesterday, obviously 2-0'd out of his group, so something seems to be going right so far.
Yeah, for sure. You saw a little bit of this in Americas, and I do think Weapon Rogue is an okay LHS deck. It kind of succeeds and suffers in equal parts on both sides of the coin. It's so polarized as a deck that it's really, really excellent as a snipe deck into certain things. However, it's very easy to build like an 80 to 80% deck against Weapon Rogue, right? To then potentially just counter queue it coming back the other way. So if you catch an opponent unaware and they come unvipered, then you can potentially just set it up as a sweep deck. So I can respect the risk for Frenetic. And it's also just a very Frenetic deck, right? I feel like it's in his comfort zone from what we've seen in favor. So yeah, exactly. Damage, go face.
Wait, is Frenetic Baron Geddem all along? is that the big reveal at the end of the story? It's just Frenetic.
We can pitch that to him as a nickname and see if it can catch on.
That's a great name.
It is actually quite
Coming down
good,
to the stage, Baron Geddem. That's perfect.
It feels like and anyone outside of the UK is not going to understand this at all, because this is a phenomenon that has not left our shores. But it feels like a nickname a darts player would have, right?
Yes.
Like it's one of those like super corny darts player nicknames.
And Frenetic does not have the physique of a darts player, so it would look a little bit weird.
No.
But here we check it out. xBlyzes, of course, has had a pretty solid run so far in Grandmasters, doing very, very well this season. He did win week 1, only gained a point in week 2, but again, he's in that top 8 for this final week, looking pretty strong with that Shadow Priest included as well. And this is something that honestly has surprised me about this week in Grandmasters in Europe, at least, is we are seeing a large amount of deck variety and players really just saying, no, I think this will work, or I think this is going to be the meta, so I'm going to go this way, and other players going completely different routes. And I think that's not only a good nod to the players we have, but also just a nod to the meta, that there is just so many playable decks. Sometimes it feels like a curse when you're queuing on ladder and you just don't know what to queue because you can run into anything. But I think for this kind of format, it works really well. It gives players a lot of freedom to mess around in lineup construction.
And so just outside of lineups for a second, just in terms of context for what's going on with these two players, since we are in our final week, xBlyzes in the single best position in the entire league right now. He is qualified for playoffs. I believe he's qualified for last call guaranteed as well. The thing on the line for him is top 2, and that improves seeding, which improves his chances of going directly through to the World Championship from this season's playoffs coming up. Frenetic got off to a terrible start in the first couple of weeks, so he needs a big performance, and I think he needs 2 more points from this position. 1 extra point would put him on 4, which is the playoffs threshold right now. But again, tiebreakers are nonsense this time around, and I'm not going to get into them in great detail, but I believe his tiebreakers would not be sufficient to get in on TBs, so he'd actually have to pick up 2 points to get himself to 5, which means 2 more wins from this position if he wants to make playoffs this time around.
And I believe that 2 more wins is one of the negative outcomes for Viper that you were talking about earlier.
Correct.
When you were saying everything had to go right, I think if Frenetic does well, it's basically anyone lower, sort of down in points-wise, doing well, probably pushes Viper out of the list of top 8. But yeah, you are right. xBlyzes really will be going for that top 2 spot. Like I said, we were so close to seeing xBlyzes in Worlds last year, and honestly, if he makes it this year, I'll be very happy, because I always want to watch xBlyzes play Hearthstone. It's great in every single aspect. But looking at the ban, Sottle, we do have a Druid ban on one side, but not on the other. It's going to be a Demon Hunter ban away from Frenetic. So Frenetic is going to lose his Demon Hunter in this matchup, and xBlyzes is choosing to leave the Druid up.
and has been doing so consistently throughout the tournament. We saw it in the previous series where he swept while winning the Druid Mirror. And we've seen it, well, we haven't seen it, I suppose, off stream in the qualifier games as well. He is really relying quite heavily on that potential Shadow Priest counter queue, for example, to deal with the Druid. I think that's the big reason why that Shadow Priest is in the deck. I'd be a bit interested to see what would happen if someone just banned Shadow Priest, just said, like ban Priest, sweep Druid, what now? Like, I do think that is a semi-viable strategy against Bly's lineup that maybe someone could try over the course of the tournament, but that is not what we're going to see here.
I do have a question for you, though, because I feel like I've drawn a blank. Did Blyze have hair yesterday?
He did, yes.
Okay, right. I was looking, I was like, did he look like that yesterday? I don't think so, but he does play in a void and maybe he had his hood up or something, you know? But yeah, okay. Checking for my own sanity. So far, though, Blyze is weirdly putting on a bit of pressure with the ooze there, and the very happy ooze on the right. Look at his little face. But Frenetic did get hold of the Shank nice and early, has got deadly poison, and Blyze is simply under a lot of pressure. This is a 1 Viper Shaman deck right now that Blyze has, so not the true levels of consistency we've seen in the past.
I feel like your brain just had like an inside-out moment where like Professional was in charge of the levers, but then Whimsical just ran along and just barged them out of the way and pulled the comment on the smiley face lever.
Yeah, I mean, that's genuinely close to how it works a lot of the time. That's why I can just change topic very quickly. Spirit Mount being picked up for Blyze. I know Gia was a big fan of this card. We've not really seen it become popularized, right, in the deck overall. But I do remember when Burn Chamber was really picking up that Gia was saying that Spirit Mount was surprisingly good.
Yeah, hasn't caught on though, I think it's fair to say.
Although Frenetic, a bit more card draw, but he does have the dream of Cloak, Scabs, right? He has what's effectively the weapon rogue combo, which is just playing one single card 3 turns in a row.
Yikes. However, he would really like that Cloak, Scabs plan to be supported by Swing, Dead from this weapon. And without any additional poisons, that is not going to happen currently. And he's just run dry on card draw as well, which makes this the most difficult turn of the game to play. And yep, there you see it. I think that is legitimately the only viable play he has there. He needs to look for more card draw and more poisons before he starts setting up this 3 or 4 turn kill plan for himself.
Yeah, the only thing I wondered there was whether he was ever going to just play the Garrote out, just to use the mana, if he was going to rely on the weapon. But yeah, Bly's doing a great job of pressuring this down there. Silverleaf isn't, so that's going to help a lot. Now we're likely to see the Cloak into turn 7, Cloak into turn 8, Scabs.
Yeah, and I think the reason why he hard passes on the Garrote and the Stab is that when you're going Cloak, Scabs, and that's your win condition, just waiting for para outcomes. Okay, we'll take that. 6 healing, sure, seems fine. When you're going to go Cloak, Scabs as your win condition, you know that you're then trying to kill your opponent on turn 9, right? With mana discounts as well, because of how Scabs works. Yeah. So the ability to add spell damage to any of your burn spells and still cast them all in the same turn is enormous. So really any amount of Garrote, Stabs, Sinister Strikes that you amass in your hand without casting do then pay out huge on that turn 9 after the Scabs comes down. So I appreciate the greed.
More damage here for Frenetic as well. More card draw. It took a while, but he's really kicking the deck into gear right now. This is what you expect from the Weapon Rogue. Insane card draw, the defensive options from Cloak, and Blyze didn't really get what he wanted for that Parrot. I imagine he was most certainly looking for deal 6 as some extra push.
Yeah, he does have 2-3 taunts on his hero power right now, though, which is certainly very nice.
And 35 health, right?
Although, I suppose on reflection, the 2-3 taunts are unlikely to have a significant impact on this game because it's binary right now, right? Scabs or dead. And if Scabs, those 2/3s are getting bounced back to your hand anyway.
Will it make much of an impact, the fact that he can replay them?
Maybe, yeah.
It's not like Frenetic just auto wins next turn, right? Like, he has a lot of damage, but...
He also got Lightning as the roll into the Scab's turn, so he doesn't have to worry about the 2/4/2s. He just smacks them with the hero power this turn if he wants to. That's huge.
I think he might want to, Sol.
I think that seems likely, yes.
I guess he could have gone Snowfall hero power, which weirdly buffs his Snowfall too.
Back to max. Saves himself the 2 mana on pressing the hero power by getting the AoE off the parrot. Taunt, play as many minions as you can. Make Raven happy with a smiley face.
I mean, come on, look at it, Sol. You've got to be with me on this.
It is pretty great, yeah.
Yeah. Frenetic locking in the big damage. He's got the card draw. 0 mana cutting class. He even has secret passages if he needs them. Got a prep in there as well. It is disgusting how much mana you can effectively spend with this weapon rogue once you've got Scabs live.
Come the bleeds. There is Wicked Stab again. Only 9 mana though. That is not the full upgrade on the Wicked Stab, so that is only going to deal 6.
Anyone listening, there's spell damage on the board, because if so, you'd be very confused.
That's true. That is a
9 mana Wicked Stab only
for
does
radio
6.
casting.
Yeah.
I'm running low on ingredients. Hear that sizzle?
Bleed. Cutlass can discount the bleeds. Sinister Strike.
Oh. So he can Garrote trade, right?
He can, yeah.
Oh, he just got
trade,
it?
gets a discount. Bleed plus Sinister Strike could go through.
I think he's got it. Frenetic celebrated.
He's going to use the Silver Leaf Poison attack.
Ah,
and
sure.
then this is going to hit a bleed. Yep.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, Blyze did everything he could possibly do. Heals, taunts, pushing damage as quickly as possible. But the cloak, Scabs got there. And I think how quickly Frenetic went for that late game sort of scenario just shows how comfortable he is. You mentioned that, you know, Weapon Rogue feels like a Frenetic style deck, and I think he showed how comfortable he was with it there. Just as soon as the post Scabs turn started, it was just lock this in, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. And even though I'm not sure if it was guaranteed lethal, because I don't have the brain to work that out that quickly, maybe Frenetic did, but it felt like a likely lethal based on just the sheer volume of card draw he had.
Yeah, I don't think it was guaranteed. And I know he won, but I think he also missed odds with the way that he ended up doing it, because the Blackwater Cutlass trade was essentially free at any point during that turn, right? Because the rest of his hand was all spells that he was going to cast anyway.
Yeah.
With, you know, if it hit Sinister Strike, he was playing Sinister Strike. If he hit the Garrote, he was going to play the Garrote regardless. So I feel like he just missed himself a card draw, which, you know, you see right there at the end, like the card that came off the first bleed was a Swindle, which would have then been uncastable if that was the draw of the Silverleaf Poison. So it doesn't really matter in the end because he ended up winning at the end of it. I mean, well, this is just quite the opposite. I mean, the game's over. Scoreboard 1-0 to Frenetic at this point, and Blyze is having to move over to this Fell Demon Hunter instead. And we could now be seeing Weapon Rogue have a very significant impact on this series. Rustrock Viper is present in the Fell Demon Hunter, but this is a competitive matchup, let's say. The addition of the Rustrock Viper, I think, does tilt things a little bit further in the Fell Demon Hunter's favor. But a fast start from the Weapon Rogue, you always feel coming into this matchup as the Demon Hunter, like, oh, I should be able to keep pace with this. Like, I heal for as much as they deal damage. My deck has a win condition. Theirs really doesn't. Like, this should be fine. You do not appreciate how much quicker Rogue deals damage to you than you heal as Demon Hunter until you actually experience it. So the race is a little bit one-sided, but I think that Viper can really be very, very competitive indeed if Blyze can get his hands on it.
Important to note, there is only one Viper, again, just in this list, just to point that out. But also, I'd say that the inclusion of Kazakhstan in xBlyzes list is actually a huge negative, right? Because it's such a big nothing card in this matchup. I just cannot feasibly imagine a scenario where treasures are even gettable or even important here. Because by the time any of that comes out, yeah, I imagine xBlyze will already be dead if Frenetic can start piling on the pressure. So Kazakhstan we didn't really talk too much about, but it's definitely not here for this matchup.
No, absolutely not. Prep passage for Frenetic, keeping the 3 mana open alongside the coin to be able to find that Swine Tusk Shank. But if he's playing a Sinister Strike this turn, it's not looking like he's in good shape.
Does have 2 tradables though if he wants them, right? Just to use as card draw.
Really wants that Cutlass to hit the Swindle now, which, okay, it hit the other card drawn, which is also fine. Obviously, the reason he didn't want to hit the Cloak is because the Cloak was going back into the deck at the end of the Secret Passage anyway. As long as he's hitting a card that he's keeping, that seems fine. I would argue that the Swindle was probably still better in this scenario, but good enough.
Nice pick up for xBlyze though, with the double jump into Spectral Sight, just keeping that card draw going, proccing a level of the quest, and instantly handing it back over to Frenetic. Looks a little bit worse. Garrote Swindle is something he can do, but again, because of the way Demon Hunter can heal, he won't want the bleeds in so early that the odd bleed procs, and he's just instantly healed up whenever xBlyze decides to, so a little bit awkward. We do see now that Frenetic is going to appear to use up at least a deadly poison. Okay, paralytic too.
It's going to go in with the damage. I wouldn't have minded the Garrote Swindle play. Like, obviously, he can't passage to look for weapon again this turn. He could next turn. His alternative decision here is to just load up the poisons on an existing dagger. This is something that weapon rogues do in matchups where Vipers are present anyway. But I just feel like there was a hand that really did want to draw some cards in the spot he was in, and now especially does. But he's going to go digging one more time with 3 mana available, off the passage again.
Oh, they're not playing nice, are they?
Nope.
Could equip the Silver Leaf just to get an additional natural card draw. Fine, it looks, again, if you know of Weapon Rogue but not really played it a lot, this looks like such a huge waste. But without drawing cards, Frenetic just will not win the game anyway. So you may as well use a couple of poisons here and there, and you still have plenty of damage, as we saw. The Garrotes, the spell damage that you can push through later on. It's absolutely fine, but without card draw, there's nothing cooking. xBlyze, in the meantime, though, is just going to get an instant Magtheridon off on turn 5, which is pretty quick to get this 12-12 on the board. And Frenetic's going to have to do something pretty big about this, because if he gets hit twice, he's just dead. With just in case he can grab a cloak or something, I don't know. I guess he can take 1 hit, right?
He can take 1, yeah. The second one, like, even if the weapon swing weren't there, you still do not want to take the second swing because it would put you down to 4, which means you'd just be dead to Fel Barrage, even through cloak at that point.
Yeah.
So you ideally want to stay above 8 in this matchup so that you can survive Arcanist Fel Barrage. So yes, he can take 1 hit in this position. Ideally, he wouldn't want to, but he doesn't have access to Cloak right now, as evidenced by the fact that Cloaks were found in both of his secret passages up until this point. Playing that just to combo Swindle? Yeah, okay.
I don't mind it. Like, playing anything else feels like a bit more of a waste, right?
Sure.
Looking at whether he wants to dagger or just trade the Guild Trader, but oof.
Just dead. Get Glidden.
I wonder how upset Frenetic is actually about that glide. Obviously 4 cards is way worse than the amount he had in hand, but his hand still kind of did nothing, right?
You just push max damage here. Okay, he's going to use the Chaos Strike. I'm curious as to whether he's going to use the Fury. I think the Chaos Strike was a given. Yeah, okay, I do like this. Again, look at the number he's just putting his opponent down to. It just makes sense. There's a temptation there, of course, to be like, well, I have a Warblades equipped. This is a burn matchup. I could save those cards to heal. Problem is, if you need to save them to heal, it'll be in a position where Frenetic is going cloak, cloak, scabs, at which point you have no targets to attack into anyway, so that healing is never going to occur. So much more important, in my opinion, to get that damage through, so if cloak ever happens, you can just Fel Barrage your opponent to death anyway. Didn't end up mattering because Frenetic's draw was of such low quality that none of that really came into play, and xBlyzes just played some cards and Weapon Rogue died, which is really the thing keeping that deck in check from just being the #1 deck in Hearthstone, right? Is that sometimes you just play cards and they die because they don't find what they need on the other side.
Yeah, and it's just to oversimplify, it was just pretty much, well, they can't kill me if they're dead, right? So it's nice and simple for xBlyzes, and it's always must be terrifying when xBlyzes starts winning on Demon Hunter, because it does feel like the class he takes the most wins with by far. He is now going to go up against the Druid, and again, guess what? I'm talking about Druid, and this is the big turning point, isn't it? Where xBlyzes has to overcome Druid if he's going to let his opponents play it. So we'll see how it plays out. He does have the Priest, the Shadow Priest, to queue in next if he loses, but I am interested just to see if he can actually take a win here, because if he does, that is a huge step forward for him in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect him on odds to lose this individual game to the Druid as the Demon Hunter. But this is the way Last Hero Standing kind of works, is that you are conceding this counter queue as xBlyzes. When he chose to go with the Fel Demon Hunter here instead, he's already got this series mapped out, right? So I'm going to counter queue with the Fel Demon Hunter, I'm going to beat the Rogue, then the Druid's going to come out to counter queue my Demon Hunter, then I'm going to go with the Priest, and then we go from there. Hopefully we do actually get to see that, because one of the things that I've found a little bit wanting from Last Hero Standing week so far is that the cool counter queue decks and the dynamics haven't really been a factor, because we've just seen 3-0s so far on day one. So like xBlyzes Shadow Priest, we haven't really seen how effective that is. Bunny Super Armor Warrior, we haven't really seen how effective that is in the matchups that he's needing to go up against. So I hope, for just the sake of Last Hero Standingness, that this goes as expected.
A really aggressive opening here for xBlyzes, getting the minions down nice and early with this Arcanist. Like to see it.
Oh, Frenetic, come on. Really? Really? You've put Fungal Fortunes in your deck, you've drawn it with a discount on turn 2, and then you've not played it.
I hit Kaz.
I don't like it. I strongly disagree.
Okay. He wanted Cold Tooth Mine first, and now he's fine. He's setting himself up.
He does have Coin Vate Guff, though, so everything is fine.
You know what might make you feel better, Sol?
Yeah.
I play Fungal in the Druid I play at the moment, and I play it on curve if I've got it. That help? That make you feel better?
It does.
Okay, Spectral Sight left, right, and center here. Get the quad draw. And Urtrus, really good pickup as a curve play option. He's going to swing this weapon now to start buffing it up just a little bit. But I think even if the bats aren't massive, just summoning 2 and then having your hero power deal 2 per swing is just what you want to do against Druid on curve, right? You just want to just pile pressure on. But Frenetic, oh, that's a lot of mana.
It is indeed. Interestingly, if he hadn't have hero power ramped, no, because he gets 1 mana back from the hero power ramp. I was thinking he could go like Overgrowth Cold Tooth Mine instead, and then he would have exactly 8 mana the next turn instead of 9. But that's not true, because the hero power only technically costs you 1 mana instead of 2, right?
You need
so
2 mana to spend it, but they it's 50% off.
Mm-hmm.
All of this mana, it's too much, so it's too much.
Why can't I hold all this mana?
It's one of the really weird interactions that once you played Guff, your chance to use Overgrowth and Wild Growth to draw cards just goes straight out the window, and sometimes that actually feels pretty bad.
Yes. Tooth Mine go high. Zakazan and get to picking.
And is he just looking for the usual suspects here in this matchup? Or I guess the Annoyer board is a pretty important tool as well.
Yeah, Horn and Jars are fine if you can get that combination, or like Boombot Jars, something like that. Like, it's the kind of thing that Demon Hunter just doesn't really deal with. But yeah, if you get offered Embers, those kind of things, like Book, if you've already found like Boombots or Annoyer Horn before the Book as well. I do believe he picked Book first choice there as well, which is a little bit interesting, with potentially no minions dying over the course of the whole game, but we shall see.
Yep, and Blyze gliding both players here, so Frenetic is likely to get, you know, at least three treasures, I would say, but Blyze doing it because he wants to progress his own game plan and cares not for the treasures of others.
Honestly, Blyze just doing it because he wants to speed up his inevitable defeat this game and move on to the next one, honestly.
The old castable 12-mana Book.
True. Capture's going to come down. Tradable Need for Greed really wants to start hitting some kind of chain here. Nah, probably draw more cards, right? I don't really
I think it's swapped.
Gonna hold on to that for the card draw for next turn.
You just saving double Book? Because if there's a big heal, fine. If the board's cleared, he can definitely double Book anyway. So I like the hold, honestly.
Yeah, it seems fair.
Get this Fell Barrage to face.
No, I'm going to go with fairly confident.
Wait for it, though. He's drawing cards. Are you sure about that?
All right, well, now he can. Not quite, actually. There's too many of the 4 healthers.
Rookie attempt.
Yeah. Be a little bit short. Currently, exact lethal being shown for Frenetic. Double Book for 14.
Even if he hero powers, right, and trades, he'll heal to 17. Oh no, he'll be just off, right? Even with the
yeah, because you're removing the minion while healing, whereas the minion's being factored into the lethal. So. Again.
This is very likely to be a Jace. Start with a Spectral first, I imagine. Oh, never mind. Start with
Immolation, and then Jace. You can get the Spectral Sight in there first if you really need to.
I was wondering whether he'd want to, because I'm not sure exactly what he's played, but he does have to watch Fatigue, right?
He does, yeah.
Because Frenetic is sitting on multiple treasures, and you do have to start to wonder what they are.
Bad order. Really wanted some AoE to go down before these barrages. Immolation Aura, the fell screen that he has remaining will clear up. Of course, he has both anyway, so it doesn't matter. Chaos Leech? Interesting.
I mean, he just wants to not die, right? So is this just worth so he can try and play Kaz next turn?
I think so, yeah.
Don't die, he gets to push 8. That's pretty decent. And then he's got Kaz and then 0 mana Chaos Strike to draw. Getting a bit more armor with his Kurtrus as well if needed.
What is this game?
Yeah, Blyze does have a habit of doing things he shouldn't be allowed to do.
How is this winnable?
Okay, Frenetic. There's a chance you might lose, so jam that Yogg.
If he's attacking, it probably means he's not playing it this turn. You would probably wait for the attack just in case you got like puzzle box outcome into a bunch of damage buffs on your hero attack. I imagine he's just going develop board again this turn. Bubba.
Guess so.
How is this a winnable game of Hearthstone, Raven?
xBlyzes, subtle, you know how. The only thing is this, well, we can see this feels like it just blocks Kazakus out, and if that's the case, like, will Blyze ever get the chance to even land a safe Kazakus? Probably not. Even though it feels winnable, I think we can see it's not, right?
You can Chaos Strike for 0 after this. Does that actually give him any options?
It gives him the 2-mana
Spyglass,
right?
Oh, book! Oh god, there's so many possibilities actually. Book would cost 0, Spyglass can get one of the 2 books on the other side. Vampiric Fangs!
Okay. He can even kill a lot of the 1/1s, right? If he just does Fell Screen Blast.
Oh, this game is Omega winnable, Raven!
Yogg.
It's actually a Yogg game now. It actually is.
Where'd my deck go?
I mean, Blyze picked so fast. Did he pick up any AoE? Because he can mag AoE if he gets it, right?
True, yeah. I mean, he was offered book, and book cost 0, so I can't imagine he didn't take book.
Right. So if he gets an AoE or any way to kill. Oh wait, is Frenetic gonna play Bubba? Frenetic will know there's Mag Theridon. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is good. This is just good. Yep. Blooming Presence. Okay. Armor, card draw, cheap treasures. Remember, they're all even cheaper because of the Kurtrus effect. Book. And he's got got Book and then his hero and then Jars on the rush minions.
Yep.
What is this game of Hearthstone? He gets to push more damage, and Frenetic's fatiguing, and Frenetic doesn't have any way to heal out of the treasures outside of Yogg doing something specific.
Hero power, Canopic Jars, attack, hero power, attack, hero power.
What did he get? Healthy boy? Okay. And the goose.
7 to face. It's just book, bloom, Yogg, right? Like, it's a Yogg game. It's a Yogg game. That's just where we are.
And if Yogg draws cards, it'll be the end of Frenetic.
He held the books. Okay, interesting. Oh, no!
Not like this! Best in shell.
Irrelevant. Funny, but also fairly irrelevant.
Okay. Oh my god.
Enjoy your fun.
Doubly funny, but doubly irrelevant.
Wait a minute, that was free.
Oh, Solar!
Okay. Over for the heal. Aid station. Well, none of this went particularly wrong for Frenetic so far.
Fury is damaged.
Oh.
Wicked stab to his own face!
Oh, roller coaster.
Oh,
Why is Looming
no.
Presence? He just needs a book, right?
I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, that'll do. He needs anything. He needs any Hearthstone card from that point. Yeah.
What is going... How does he do it, Sottle?
I don't know.
It's ridiculous. Time and time again. I feel like it's always whilst piloting Demon Hunter as well. And not too long ago, we were laughing about when there were questions being asked of a certain other caster of can Blyze it? Oh, you can't 30 from here. Yes, it's Blyze. I imagine, I mean, we were close to the same spot. Oh, well, Frenetic's got his treasures down. Super safe. How could he possibly lose? We forgot to mention the way you lose is you play versus Blyze. And he made it work. And it was, oh, what a game. He even had the Yogg, like, last hope. But it just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, it's why, like, you know, obviously a bunch of good spells happened. You know, Best in Shell, a bunch of 1-1s being generated. A lot of good stuff happened. But it was just unimportant. Like, the board was never really going to matter in that spot unless it was a ridiculously overwhelming board that was going to end the game next turn. He needed damage just so he could then kill with Book. I was a little curious about not using the books beforehand. Because, you know, theoretically, you play 2 books, and then if you get, like, you know, fill your hand with spells, for example, there's more room for that. If you're getting... if you get the puzzle box outcome, which is what happened, that's 2 more spells that you've then already played that then get duplicated by the puzzle box outcome afterwards. So, difficult decision for sure. Frenetic chose to hold, was miles short of getting the damage through in the end. But there you go. What a game of Hearthstone.
Yeah, and Hunter has been doing pretty well this weekend. Frenetic is going to be on his Hunter for this one, but it's going to have to do a lot of work going against Demon Hunter and then Shadow Priest. And honestly, although you might think that the removal lines up well versus Shadow Priest, I'm happy to tell you that it does not. I've lost many times as Hunter to Shadow Priest, but of course we'll get into that later if needed. It is going to be Hunter versus Demon Hunter, and these mini mages, while I completely understand the tech, I don't think it quite lines up well against specifically Demon Hunter, does it?
No, agreed. Immolation Aura, Fell Barrage, even Fell Screen Blast if there is
Drekthar even stands in the worst spot for this. If he
That's true,
it's
actually,
like, no,
yeah.
Drek, go to the left.
Drekthar has not gone through Hearthstone positioning training.
Yep.
But there is a vanilla 8-mana 8/8 in the opening hand for Blyze. It's also, I suppose, we should mention, I think there's been shade from all 6 casters so far of this idea of putting 8-mana 8/8 in your Fell Demon Hunter. It's looked absolutely terrible. All the way through our testing, it looked terrible, and every time we've seen it on broadcast, it's just been a vanilla 8-mana 8/8 that's never been able to be played. Straight up won the game there. Nothing else in Blyze's deck would have been able to do so. Blyze is leaving up Druid, so, you know, giving yourself an actual win condition against Druid, I suppose, makes sense in the way his lineup works. So, yeah, sure. We'll eat.
Yeah, and I will say, in that specific matchup, it does feel like you can get to late game pretty often. Just because of the nature of the heal, nature of Druid probably playing defensive means that the late game can happen. So it was a really cool game. Glad that one got played out. But for now, Frenetic just trying to work out how he can push the most damage possible. And as long as Howl is in your hand, you're always looking at how quickly and efficiently you can dump that hand, right? Because howling for like 1 card is the worst feeling in the world, even if sometimes it's fine.
Just
Coin
coins a mini mage.
This is good old-fashioned Hearthstone, Sol. Coin that 3/1, push it face, let's go. He removes Fell Screen Blast from the options.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Like, if you were coining a 3/1 in Hunter previously, that 3/1 would be going face immediately and you'd be happy about it. There's this mini mage nonsense.
And the Simulation Aura, I think, is fantastic here for Blyze. It might look like overkill, but it is not. There just simply aren't that many minions that you need to save big sweeping AoEs for, and that mini-mage is likely to push an additional, what, 5 damage, would you say, on average next turn? So, yeah. There from Blyze. Frenetic just cycling all of his spells. Again, I talk a lot about this, is like just using the spells on your own minions to progress quest, but also Frenetic's progressing the emptying of his hand for that Furious Howl.
Again,
Furious Howl.
Decision on Fury being used on the other side. Again, choices to be made. Obviously, this is a matchup where the healing factor of the Warblades is very useful, but I do like the mana utilization. I think final breakpoint for me is that he drew Jace that turn, so just getting damage banked into a potentially on-curve Jace might just straight up win you the game on turn 8 at this point.
Nice setup here, just being able to dump the majority of the hand. It gives him the most mana to be flexible next turn on the card he draws and then trying to howl as well.
Oh, yeah. Damahe, Raven.
A lot of damage.
Oh, yeah.
It is a lot of damage.
Double quest? Question mark? No, not quite, right? Unlucky.
I'm wondering if he actually just... it's a little bit... Okay, he is going to do it. Is he going to Fury now or wait? Okay, he's going to wait. I was going to say, do you
This one costs 0, right?
But yeah, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, he can always wait because he never gets 26th. This is a little bit unfortunate, the sort of... the face pull from xBlyzes, because yet again there is a 1 damage spell even after seeing everything Frenetic's done so far this game. The spell off the top to combo with getting Tavish down was very fortunate, of course, for Frenetic. Now he has a Howl +1 card to work with next turn, so xBlyzes will no doubt be pretty afraid right now, honestly, even though it looks like xBlyzes has been getting very ahead in the game. Does have just Arcanist Fel Barrage, even though it doesn't hit the preferred face. It does just remove Tavish.
Yeah, which I think is probably going to end up being the line here.
Just don't take 7. Also frees up the right side of his hand for Spectral, right?
Yep.
Or frees it up more anyway.
Yep. It also means he has Double Fury Fel Barrage already loaded up into Jace next turn, which is huge.
Okay, what did Frenetic get? Explosive. Deep enough. Oh, coming out now. 3 mana to play with. Dragon Bane Shot and Tracking add up to 3 mana, but he's going to just play the mini-mage. Never mind, he wants max Emilio damage, and now... Ace is just going to dumpster that mini mage as well if he wants to. Oh.
He has Fury Barrage, which is not enough, so I do actually like this. He's not going to die from 22 next turn, right? So this makes sense to me. Just load up the Jace, and then he probably has guaranteed lethal on the following turn.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I think you actually don't attack, right, with this 1-3. I think you hold, just so you definitely don't die in any weird out. And then you can just push through the explosive anyway, because these minions probably die.
So next turn he has Fel Barrage twice if there's no other targets, which means that is 8 damage. He has Fury twice for 3 damage each, which is 6 more damage. That is 14 already, not even accounting for anything else. Hero powers or any of that nonsense, minions being able to attack on board.
And
unless Frenetic builds a board of some variety that can actually tank something that from xBlyzes, like tank the Fel Barrages being cast first before the Immolation Auras, for example, then Frenetic's not going to have anything to say about it.
Yeah, the benefit of Jace being a minion means that even an Ice Trap wouldn't help Frenetic out now either, right? Like, if Jace was for some reason a spell, yes, that is an out, but now Jace can be played, and that does seal the deal. xBlyzes moves on to top 4 to join Bunnyhoppor, and Frenetic is actually going to be done for today at a bare minimum. Congratulations to xBlyzes, though. That was a really crazy series, obviously hinging on game number 3 for him there with that Demon Hunter versus Druid matchup. And yet again, Sol, just another great game that I would recommend people to watch from xBlyzes.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic series from xBlyzes. Fantastic Demon Hunter versus Druid game in particular. Once again, we don't get to see any of the counter Q tech coming into play. No Control Warrior, no Shadow Priest, just Demon Hunter doing the job this time around. But there is two themes that are developing. One is that we're not seeing any of the counter Q tech like Bunny's Control Warrior, the Shadow Priest from xBlyzes. But secondly, example of those same two players being just visibly excited. Two players who aren't necessarily always super animated on camera, but both being visibly excited when they lock up wins, which are improving their last call and world championship chances, which I do think in particular, obviously Worlds is Worlds. It goes without saying, but we'll say it anyway. Any competitive Hearthstone player worth their salt wants to get to the World Championship as a matter of first order, right? That's primary motivation. But I do think this carrot on a stick being dangled later in the year of Grandmasters against all the other best Grandmasters from all the regions where people have been sniping back and forth throughout the week, like throughout the years, sorry. I think that is something that all of these players really, really want to be involved in. And you've seen, you know, visible celebrations from the likes of Bunny and xBlyzes so far as they've locked up their spots.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, they are opposite sides of the bracket now just because we did have a slight schedule change to help out some of the players. So our next match coming up after our break is going to be Seiko versus Fury, and then we're going to end the day on Floki versus Casie matchup. But already looking as usual subtle, as is always the case in the European Grandmasters, looking to be a very stacked top four with these players just moving closer and closer to whatever goal or every goal they want, whether that's you know, X amount of points this week, finishing top 4, finishing top 2, getting playoffs. You know, there's still a lot on the line for these players as they hit these wins. We are going to go to a slightly longer break as usual as we hit halfway through the day though, but we will be back with Seiko versus Furyhunter. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to dive into our third match of the day, and it is going to be Seiko versus Furyhunter. And this one's an interesting one, Soto, mainly just because of the overall lineups and how they kind of clash with each other. And I think, giving you a few minutes ahead spoilers, Seiko's queued Mage, which is Mizaki Mage, at game 1. And I think, just judging from the lineups, he's done that to just throw Mage out there and see if it can grab a win. Because I feel like when you look at Fury's lineup overall, Mage doesn't feel like it should be a problem based on just how aggressive Fury's lineup is.
Yes, I would agree with that. Either just outright aggression or, potential armor gain in the case of the Druid, just doing Druid things, if that weren't to be banned anyway. So yeah, we do see this in Last Hero Standing every now and again, where sometimes you just have a deck that is expendable but not a performer during the series. And then you can just throw that out, and like if it picks up a win, free, your free bonus win at the start of the series that way. And if it loses, great, you just restart the series from where you were anyway, just knowing that the two decks you have remaining have to do the majority of the work, which was always going to be the case to begin with. So it is something that you see every now and again. And something that we also see every now and again is Seiko, because he has a habit of showing up on stream and making it deep into these tournament weeks, because he's been a pretty consistent performer. He's had one season where I think he was struggling overall, but otherwise has been a sort of consistent low playoffs level performer, I would categorize him as in European Grandmasters so far. Very, very solid career so far through these last couple of years of Grandmasters play, and interested to see how far he can now take it.
Yeah, and this is probably one of the most standard decks you will ever see from Seiko when we're talking about card inclusions, as it is very similar to most builds of this mage. And he's one of the players that you know this format, or any format that I guess isn't Conquest, I would be terrified of Seiko in, because you just think, well, he likes to mess around with deck building a lot anyway, and then these sort of lineups where you can go for LHS style, then you're going to be pretty afraid, right? Because it's like, you know that if someone can or will tech or counter build for certain matchups, it probably is going to be Seiko.
As predicted yesterday, his Masters Tour record at the start of the day did not change at the end of the day. I would predict that that will also be the case at the start and end of tomorrow as well. And yeah, I mean, just in terms of, obviously, just to put you on the spot a little bit, obviously you've been very vocal about, nope, shut up, don't think about it, ban Druid, what are you doing? We are seeing a few people now getting towards the top end of the tournament who are being very successful in a leaving Druid up kind of strategy, right? We look at xBlyzes, now Furyhunter as well, coming into this one with his Shaman ban strategy.
Fury's banned Druid.
Has he? Okay,
Yes. So I really wanted to just completely throw you under the bus here and say, well, actually, every single player on stream today that isn't exactly xBlyzes have all banned Druid in their match. Fury has actually changed off his ban here and gone for Druid. But you are right. He has been banning other decks so far. So it is definitely interesting, but I just can't get past what the current Druid win rate looks like, which is insane.
So, I mean, it does still kind of make sense, right? Because clearly his priority ban is Shaman, and Seiko doesn't have Shaman. So I guess Druid just becomes then his second highest priority ban, which does make sense. It remains consistent with his strategy so far. Obviously, if he's banned Shaman in every matchup coming up to this, that means Shaman has been available to ban in every matchup coming up against this. So this is the first time he's faced against a non-Shaman lineup and chosen to alter his ban to Druid instead.
And here, not a terrible opening for Furyhunter. It does have options, especially now he has like a 1-2 and effectively 3-4 play with Coin Wildpaw and maybe the multicaster, but unlikely. So looking pretty good for Furyhunter so far. Seiko does have the Mizaki ready in hand, but nothing else looking too good for now. Of course, always keep an eye out for that for the flow for both players. Fury has his, which is Wildpaw. But Seiko gonna get his in time. And do you think it's, I mean, I guess this is very much tilted by the fact that Wildpaw Cavern's in hand for Fury, but in a world where it wasn't, and Seiko just plays Ice Barrier now, Fury would always attack into that with minions if he has the chance, right? Because the deck just simply runs too many not to, is that fair?
Yes, would be the one-word answer to that. I think certainly, later in the game, maybe, if you've already done a little bit of chip damage, you might still hold on to this point. But this early on, your chances of doing 30, it's possible. And I think people overstate a little bit how difficult it is to do 30 from hand with this deck, but it does require kind of a late game position that you probably never get to against Mizaki Mage, right? Because by the time you've saved up 30 damage in your hand, they have Mizaki
just killed you.
That has just happened. So yeah, since he has minion into Wildpaw Cavern start, I think he would be attacking into Ice Barriers, yes.
By the time you save up 30, they've done 60, so...
Yes.
Seiko does have Spring Water, nice and cheap for 4 mana. Imagine he's going to go for it, yeah, just to, again, keep going with the cycle. The biggest hurdle you can run into with this deck is just not hitting card draw. Good first and second flame this, right?
Yeah, it's not the
fire
worst. Could also just try and get the value out of the Ice Barrier right now.
Yeah, I guess yeah, maybe Barrier's fine. Just such a clean kill, right, with the first and second flame.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, oh, wait, yeah, I guess next turn he has the Flurry if he really wants it to buy even more time.
Yep.
Just need to find space for this multicaster, so maybe it's first flame, multicaster, and then Flurry or Brain Freeze based on what happens.
Yeah, that is kind of along the lines of what I was looking at. Yeah, it's just instead of, spending your turns picking these things off one by one, it's kind of draw cards, find fire sale kind of deal instead, and potentially just sweep them all up. We shall see.
Fury, in the meantime, has a bit of a puzzle to unlock. Because right now, this multicast is not really going to be drawing a lot of cards, and I think he really needs it to. How much damage he can push, but the fact that the barriers come down, he knows he's got an extra 8 health to chunk through if he wants to, but again, with Wildpaw, I think it's really hard not to do that, right?
Yeah. Plays the Bolt here just to drop a nature spell, spend his mana, be as efficient as possible. He is starting to stack up a good chunk of damage already. with Frostbite's Overdraft, Zero Mana Novice Zapper in the hand as well. Of course, we should mention the auxiliary use of Frostbite in this matchup as well, which it can be incredibly powerful if you can line it up to buy yourself an additional turn on a crucial turn where you think you might be dead to Mizaki, just dropping down that honorable kill Frostbite aura to slow your opponent down.
Yeah.
Three is a very difficult number to do on your own minions as Shaman, though. Have you noticed this?
Yes.
Very
I have
irritating.
noticed, yeah. Geez, opponent, why don't you just play a 3 health minion for me?
Yeah.
Okay, Seiko got more card draw with Spring Water, of course, can't play it this turn. And I would be tempted to Flurry, honestly. You can brain freeze 1 if he really wants to take, like, you know, get the max value out of every single card and be as save as many resources as possible, but he could just Flurry. It defends his 3/4 to an extent and saves him a lot of damage instantly, and then maybe we can look at drawing a Fire Sale, for example, next turn.
I don't know whether Fury just forgot the card Flurry existed, because like the multicaster came down and he had this look on his face like, really? Like, I get to attack
one.
I get to attack with these 3/4s? Okay, I suppose that might be a factor in it as well. But yeah, he seemed to just be like, oh, he needs, you know, discounted cards that he doesn't have from Flow, and then the Flurry just came out, just got him.
Oh.
There is that Fire Sale now, though. That is a big deal. No spell damage currently to go with it.
Could draw for it, right, with Spring Water?
Yep. Multicasters both found already, Mizaki in hand.
He would need the studies and then a 1 mana, right?
Yep. Studies into Lab Partner, exactly.
Okay.
No!
Oh, Stuart and Cobbold, come on. Does he ever, at this point... I mean, you can still do this with the Mana Biscuit, right?
If he wants to, yeah.
I was wondering, does he ever bail and just play Flow? Push 3? That madness.
Zaki, 1 Flow, 0 mana Mana Biscuit in hand, 2nd Flame, 0 mana Brain Freeze. I think it's ambitious, yeah.
I'm glad he didn't say mad, just ambitious. I'll take it. I have ambitious plans. There's another Wild Paw here for Furyhunter if he wants to just start stacking minions again, but I imagine focus number 1 will be things like this. Get another Novice Zapper. Go. Oh, okay, went for Thanos, so he wants the card draw instead.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're valuing actually having a bigger minion that's going to get to attack, which you're probably not. Blood Mage is just a more efficient card to take off the second one anyway, because the first spell damage minion you play is going to have double discount now from the Primordial Studies, so you're just kind of getting more bang for your buck by doing it this way.
I guess I was just more thinking about the overload, right? Just adding kind of extra damage, but depending on how many spells you play with a Blood Mage or how you want to play out the Blood Mage, then this makes more sense. If Furyhunter's saying this is a card draw card, absolutely makes sense. If he wanted maximum damage, then, you know, depending on his hand, the Zapper might have been a little bit better. Okay, Flow. Does have a Brain Freeze for 1 mana if he wants it. Just obviously keep hold of the 0 mana ones. But again, Seiko just needs to just get to a bit more card draw, as is often the case, Subtle. Cramp Session is priority number 1.
Yes. Does have multicaster, probably feels like he has the 2 turns that he needs here to be able to go multicaster next turn and then hopefully set up a kill on the turn after. It is looking like he has plenty of time at the moment. Furyhunter's still some distance away from putting all of this together.
Let's have Parrot Frostbite, which is a thing, right?
Yep.
Is in me.
So many zappers. What does like zapper? Where will he go then? 3 mana, lightning bolt. Oh, if he had a bloom, he would do like 1,000,000. Pushing it all though, he knows he has Brukan for a guaranteed 6 if he really wants it next turn.
So much damage. Makes the big board as well. He's already seen one fire sale. And as I said, I think Seiko would have expected to have had a little bit more freedom here to be able to take the multicaster turn that he probably needs and is probably going to be forced to have anyway.
I've heard of it.
Really wants to see another fire sale here.
And remember what I said earlier, the one flurry's already gone.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
can't even just pick off 2 or 3 of these minions and then flurry the other 2.
Doesn't find it.
Hello?
How you know you're not having a good time as Mizaki Mage when you see Incanter's Flow and don't immediately just grab it and play it.
Yeah. Evolving is probably his best chance if he can't kill him, then just reduce the most down. Maybe he brain freezes the parrot and then devolves down. Or choose to just take the guaranteed 3 damage and brain freeze in second flame instead.
Yeah, I think on average just shooting the 3-1 takes more damage off the board, right, than casting Devolving Missiles, I think.
Okay, big questions now. Zapper Frostbite is an option, Sottle.
It is.
And he could go wide again and say, well, do you really have another board clear after not showing me Fire Sale last turn?
He can throw a Parrot in there for still multicaster as well,
Yeah.
right? I believe.
I like it a lot, you know, because he has Brukan to push 6 from hand next turn if he needs it. Builds the board up again to a reasonable size.
Oh, he's just going to go now.
Heal 6 and heal, I guess? Once just gave Seiko more targets. So he's just hoping Seiko just can't do it, right? I think that's the... Oh, he even got the deal 6 next turn as well.
Who's ready for a little show?
Crown Session in hand. Low castable.
Only 1 flow used so far, though, right?
Yes.
You can't flow and cramp session.
Yes. Correct.
That's something to bear in mind now. 1 mana to play with. It's not a lot, and you need to do 35. It's a big ask right now.
Does find Biscuit, though. That's +1 mana.
Another cramp session. Probably close to uncastable at this point, to be fair.
Yeah. And the problem as well is that Ignite has just been sat in hand at 2 mana the entire time as well and wasn't even hit by the 1 flow discount that he has played this game.
A second flame to kill the 3-2, but again, it's just...
Runs out on me.
You'll just know it's not good enough. He pretty much just needs to win the game this turn. And I just don't think he's got the mana for it. The lack of second flow is such a big deal on turns like this.
He's staring at it. He's just staring at 6 damage on the other side of the board. He knows for a fact that he has to win the game right now, and he absolutely cannot do it. And Furyhunter gets the signal. Now, Hot Streak Ignite is the only damage that Seiko's going to be able to find there. And that means all Fury has to do, if he's even given the honor, is press the button.
And he does, and look at that. Fury, I think, was very afraid for what could have happened that turn there from Seiko, but he did get away with it. He got the win. An expected win, at least from my side. I think that's a really good matchup for the Shaman. But there was a moment clearly, as you can see, recovering from it now, I guess, where he thought that Mizaki, you know, Mizaki hits the board and you think, great, my opponent's got like 3 cards left in the deck, I'm dead. But it was just about enough. He got there. I was very scared for him, though. I did think the Frostbite was more of an interesting play. Maybe it was just higher odds to just Brukan first.
So I think, obviously, Fury has kind of an innate understanding of Mizaki Mage at this point, right? He's played a ton of the deck. He's been rank 1 legend with it. He's a very, very good Mizaki Mage player. And I think what he understands in that position is how difficult it is to die there anyway. Obviously, if he goes Brukan first, that is on average significantly higher damage over the course of 2 turns, right? Because you then get additional options to have exactly what happen, which is to roll the 6 damage hero power again on top of everything else. So he'd have to spend 5 mana on Mizaki. He knows that for a fact. Only 1 flow has been played. He knows that for a fact. He's also seen both Spring Waters get played already, right? Which is a huge factor. Because the Spring Waters are the tools to allow you to actually regenerate and cheat mana. He already saw 1 Mana Biscuit get used as well for that Fire Sale clear early on in the game. So based on all of that information, I think he calculated the risk of like, well, even if he has Mizaki and Cram Session in his hand right now, I'm not sure he can do it. Obviously, then when you see Mizaki slammed at the start of the turn, you're like, oh god, no, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? But I think if you watch Fury during that turn, he is just kind of looking like, yeah, and now, like, you can't do it. It's not there. You don't have enough. And then finally, when I think he saw, like, Arcane Intellect cast or whatever, he was like, yeah, no, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You can't do it. So I think that was obviously, like, very well calculated from Fury that he had, you know, the clean option to be able to go for it there.
It does make sense as well because he would gain the armor and the heal effect from Brakan too, which then pushed it back up, which makes it, it's not just you have to have an okay Mizaki and just push some, you know, like get 2 good damage spells off with a lot of spell damage. It's like, no. You need to 35 me with Mizaki with limited mana. And I think once you break all that down as you have, like that does all stack up. And next up though, we do have Seiko going for his Paladin in this next matchup. Paladin versus the Burn Shaman from Fury, of course. A few things just to look at as always. Blademaster Samuro, a big deal in these scary minion-based matchups sometimes. I know Burn Shaman feels weird to call it minion-based, but Wild Paw Cavern, Snowfall Guardian Parrot, those can solo games without any spells helping them really, so there you go. But also the Lord Barov, a card that not everyone's playing that much or as consistently as they used to, so just another card that can help out in some of these awkward situations where, say, Snowfall's locking out a big board, and Paladin, of course, Sol, is all about board, right? Its spells only really help the board and nothing else.
Yeah, that is right. And honestly, I don't hate the Lord Barov going into this because the matchup against Shaman, the burn side of the Shaman deck never really gets there through Carriol, right? Like if the burn plan gets there, it's because the Paladin didn't draw Carriol or because you're playing Viper in your Shaman for some reason, right? Like otherwise you just don't beat it. So if the Shaman wins, it is normally just by freezing and having giant Snowfall Guardians that get to connect. And Snowfall Guardians are very hard to deal with when they go up to like 10, 10, 11, 11 size against Paladin. So having that Barov available might just shut things down for Seiko enough that it kind of eliminates one additional win condition for Furyhunter in the matchup. Because I believe this is slightly Paladin favored to begin with. And honestly, I think the Barov might just help shut it down a little bit more as well.
Very deep in the tank already. The old Mind Palace working out where he wants to go here and deciding that just coin Frostbite is going to be good. And this is like a weirdly mega powerful play against Paladin.
Yeah.
Because it's not like the next turn it does this. It's just, this is the state of the game. Seiko has to spend a lot of mana, which is probably going to be the Libram now, a Libram of Wisdom, to get rid of this buff. And it's just dramatically reduces down what he can do on that turn. And Paladin doesn't have any cheap throwaway spells or, you know, can really hold off for that long with these buffs. But Seiko did have the cheap Libram. So even though it was a pain and he basically, you know, missed a hero power, missed a nobleman, whatever, he got away with it as well as he could.
Mr. Hero Power, that's what they call him.
Not the worst name I've ever heard. We've heard Baron Gedem today.
Baron Gedem is so much better.
Only Frenetic decides it is.
Yeah. I like this, by the way. So I was about to make this point. Furyhunter's Frostbite play is kind of like a 2-turn delayed setup in order to win the board over time. He has been offered Novice Zapper here, by the way, if he wants to take it and play it. Takes Blood Mage instead. But because he drew Wild Paw Cavern in the interim, I think his plan was to like 2-turn delayed win the board by shutting down the buff spells with the Frostbite, and then Serpent Shrine face and win the board, right? So then from that position, having then drawn Wild Pork Cavern, he's like, okay, now I don't want to overload, but I do still kind of want to win the board. So the best thing he could go for is Primordial Studies. I think Fury is now looking confused as to why Vindicator did not come down on the previous turn when the Frostbite was under play. Because obviously you draw a spell that costs 0 and then it gets buffed up anyway, but you just still have a 3-1 in play, I guess. But yeah, we shall see. But I do like the way that Furyhunter has set up this plan and then diverted from it over time.
I'm going to be very interested. Obviously, a lot of it also depends on what Seiko does here. But the choice between actually or potentially just using Serpent Shrine anyway next turn, it feels bad, but Wild Pork Cavern, although great, will let Seiko potentially retain the initiative on board. If Wild Pork Cavern just comes down now, a 3-force made, Seiko could trade the 5-1 and play another minion, and then always stay a minion ahead, which is pretty scary. Clearly, Furyhunter has no extra thoughts on this, like I do, which is fine. But you understand what I'm saying, right? Like the 5-1 insta kills this, and then Paladin wants to just keep minions on board, so he stays ahead. The benefit, I guess, is he then has now Lightning Bolt, Serpent Shrine to then push the rest of this board away for the next stag to stick.
Yeah, I think where your line of thinking falls down is like, you know, you're saying your Serpent Shrine is quicker this turn, right? I can kill the 5-1 and then just be ahead on board straight away. Whereas playing the Caverns is slower and I fall behind on board. Yes, that's true for one turn, but now this turn, Fury has a 0-mana 3-4 that's about to come into play. So over the course of the 3 turns, he is going to fight back more effectively against Paladin by doing it this way, which is, you know, just kind of the nature of Wild Pork Cavern. It's why it's such a strong card.
And a casual 2-5 taunt is not the worst here for Fury as well.
No,
it's
not
just
at
a
all.
lot of health, especially versus this kind of flimsy board of just, you know, 2-1 attack, 1-2 attack minion. Although this is solid Libram value if Seiko really wants it, right?
Solid Libram value?
You can at least chain a couple of Librams
Oh, I see.
to stack them up if he wants. Because I think, again, with Liadrin in hand and nothing really else going on, he might just want like a early-ish Liadrin if he's going to be cashing out these Librams.
Sure. Pair it up with the Samuro. So I imagine this is one trade, then the remaining one goes on to the Samuro. And then the Samuro does Cleavy Cleave, and then the Divine Shield 1-1 can pick off the remainder. Okay, he's going to do it this way instead. Very similar, but now he's probably going to put the remaining buff on the 1-1 Divine Shield. Oh no, okay. Going to go a minion down. He's making Snowfall Guardian as narrow as possible by doing it this way, actually deliberately having less minions in play, which is kind of interesting, especially since Fury was overloaded going into this turn.
Oh, you never trust the Shaman, though. They can always play a Snowfall Guardian one.
True.
They disguise their Snowfall Guardians as parrots, okay? Like, don't trust them. Also, he is making the potential, like, Devout Pupil really cheap right now, right? Is it, like, 1 mana now or something?
Yeah. But obviously the last one, the last Libram of Wisdom didn't really have an impact on that, right? It was either
Oh,
play
yeah,
on
you
the
still...
Divine Shield or play on
yeah,
the
it was
2-1.
more of a general comment than anything.
Yep.
Like, this, as nicely caster cursed here, it displays exactly 1 mana, I thought so. Okay, Mutinous.
Chompy.
5-5.
Does not get the Snowfall Guardian, which I'm sure is what he was looking for if there was one in hand. Snowfall, second prize Parrot.
But Seiko is hitting the good parts of Paladin, or Libram Paladin specifically, where they're just... It's heavy punch after heavy punch, turn after turn, right? Like, Seiko just went Mutinous, then he has Varian, then he has Liadrin, or whatever he wants to play off the back of Varian as well. Like, it gets very difficult to just beat minion after minion after minion of that size. But again, as you mentioned, Snowfall Guardian isn't something to be ignored. It's not for the size of your minions. Oh, wow, how much damage is... Thalnos, Bolt. Well, okay, how much mana is this, I guess, is the real question. Is he just... Not this... I didn't even mean this turn. I'm on about even next turn, right? It's a lot of mana.
You could play it all with a bloom, I believe.
Yeah, he would need a bloom, exactly 10 mana, but he's going to cash in some now. Makes sense, also unlocks it there, and he does have spell damage already on board, so it's not as if not playing the Thalnos is a huge detriment here.
Yeah.
I like this
Which
play a
is
lot.
6 more as well.
I think Fury will just be hoping against hope that there isn't a Libram of Hope. It would be exactly playable.
Kind of redundant sentence. You could have just said he was hoping against hope and then stopped talking there.
Yeah, but, you know, could do a lot of things, couldn't they?
Like, if you'd have done that, I would have been quite impressed. Quite clever.
Really?
Just patting myself on the back now for then having said it.
Oh, the reason I didn't say exactly that is because you said that yesterday, I think.
Did I?
It was either yesterday or... No, it must have been last weekend when we were casting Endless Paladins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you said hoping against hope last weekend. That's why I didn't just repeat it, because then you'd be like, oh, Raven, can't think of your own words. And all this.
That does sound like me, to be
Exactly.
fair,
So I made it my own, and I thought it was better, if I'm honest. But
just over-explain the joke like TJ with his polar bear last night.
And I'll tell you something. For anyone who watched that joke conversation with Lorinda and TJ, Lorinda's joke ruined me. Because I did not see it coming. It ruined me. It was great. I'd not heard that before. And you know what, Lorinda? You got me that one. Good job.
But can anyone back me up? For those of you who have heard the why the big pause joke before, that's the end of the joke, right? You don't then explain by the polar bear holding up their paws going, yeah, look, I've got big paws. That makes it so much worse.
Okay. Fury going for Snowfall now. Still has a good amount of burn. But it wasn't quite enough, and again, you don't just want to get got by being greedy and leaving these minions up. So this, again, if the anointment draws exactly Libram of Hope, play it.
Yep. Knight of Anointment, or as Derek calls it, Holy Knight.
Okay.
I'm just trying to pass the mantle of caster that doesn't know card names. Since SAP casters, I feel like this is an opportunity for me to now dodge the bullet of not being the one that doesn't know card names anymore and just pass that off onto Derek.
Needs to upgrade it to Hollow Knight and then...
Sure.
The Baruv.
Old groovy Baruvi.
Yeah.
This is the exact interaction I was talking about at the start of the game, right? Like, normally that 10-10 against Paladin, like, that just over-contests for the whole game now, right? And kind of gets to do whatever it wants in terms of trades or aggression. Seiko instead choosing to use the barrel and then say, well, you didn't kill me last turn, so I'm just going to say you're not going to kill me this turn either.
I think any damage spell, right, is lethal here for Fury now? Oh no, he needs the mana. Oh no, he's got the bloom, yeah. Yeah, any damage spell was lethal, right?
Well, he's already spending 7 on Blood Mage, Serpent Shrine, Frostbite, right? So then he would need, like, other Serpent Shrine Portal wouldn't have been lethal in that.
Right, sure. Oh! That might be
Blood Mage?
He's already overloaded for 4.
He's already overloaded for 1 million, yeah.
Yeah.
But then Overdraft can come in, get the mana back. Now Frostbite and Serpent Shrine can end the game, and that is 2-0 now for Fury. Dejected-looking Seiko as Fury is starting to run away with this one. It's the one thing you don't want to happen. You don't want to lose the counter queue in Last Hero Standing. 2-0 is a very, very difficult scoreline to come back from in LHS, whereas it's a very common scoreline to come back from in Conquest, because quite often the pattern in a Conquest series is the 2 decks that don't matter in the series have been played at this point, and then the scoreline's 2-0, and then the one deck that does matter comes into play, and it's the deck that's being targeted, so potentially you can just reverse sweep and pick up the 3-2 instead. Last Hero Standing, no, that's not how it works. If you're 2-0 down, you are phenomenally in trouble in the series.
Yeah, and if Furyhunter wins this next game, we're going to just tell him that he wasted all his time practicing his other decks, because that'll make it 2 Shaman 3-0s on 2 days on stream at least. So, and I understand Seiko's frustration, because again, just judging of what we've talked about and how I feel about the matchups, I think Seiko probably went into this feeling unfavored anyway because of Mizaki Mage. And just naturally because of how that works out. But then to lose the counter, you know, this Fell Demon Hunter has to do it all. And that's going to be a big, big ask. Furyhunter beat J4's Demon Hunter in the final game of their series yesterday. So, you know, he's going to try and replicate that success, no doubt, again. But it's going to be rough, right? Because now there's, let's have a look, there's the Paladin, oh wait, where I'm looking at the wrong thing. There's the Paladin, the Shaman, and the Rogue just to beat Demon Hunter. Like, it seems very, very doable right now for Fury.
Yeah, and it does mean as well, we talked about this at the start of the day, but haven't really mentioned it since this series begins, is this is kind of the other top 4 decider match in the top 8 bracket. Bunny versus Jarla was one of them, Fury versus Seiko was the other. The way the matches have gone so far, if Fury was to pick up a win here in Game 3 and therefore win the series, he'd move on to 8 points, and then, for example, Jarla would be below him on 7 with no potential to get further points because he lost earlier. Seiko would be below him on 6 points with no further potential to gain points because he's just lost to Furyhunter, for example. Therefore, locking up potentially the top 4 spot for Furyhunter. And I think I mentioned this before. If there's one player I do want to be given the opportunity to play Grandmasters against other regions, it's Furyhunter, because he is absolutely not shy of throwing out the Europe is the best region, maybe, you know, excluding China these days. They are the ones that can certainly be entered into the conversation. Everyone else, get on our level.
There is this second layer of that where Furyhunter says all this and is extremely good at the game. So
Yes.
will probably do us a favor for Europe as well. So, you know, there's that extra small added bonus that he's not just like as if I was saying it. And then
Right, yeah. It's the factor that I'm missing where, you know, I haven't played competitive Hearthstone in like 4 years, 5 years at this point. So,
You know, Hearthstone's been out 8 years, Sotto.
I do, yeah. It was the anniversary yesterday, right? Wasn't it?
This game's pretty much been my life for 8 years now. It's a long time. Makes me feel even older than I usually do.
Mm-hmm.
And look at this opening from Fury. Got the Lady Vash. Got Wild Paw Cavern off the coin as well to get it out that little bit quicker. Simply, there's just Serpent Shrine next turn if Fury really wants it to just stack the pressure. And I think after seeing Fell Barrage and Immolation Aura, depending on his draw, of course, Serpent Shrine looks quite good to me. Like, do you think Fury should focus on, like, wind chilling this turn? After seeing that AoE, I don't know. I'd be very tempted to just pressure.
I don't hate this. It's a very similar amount of pressure anyway, right? Like, on average, your Serpent Shrine Portal is going to have like a 3 health minion, right, which can get cleared up. It kind of forces your opponent to hero power, but that's about it. So I don't mind this, honestly. Like, it still puts a minion in play. It does a little bit less damage immediately. But as we saw before, Serpent Shrine Portal is still a spell that can be thrown into game-winning OTK combos as well. So
You've not seen my 3-drop high rolls, though.
no, very true. You're a Mukla gamer.
Oh, yeah. The glide kind of interesting there, at least from Fury's side, because I think he just got 3 wind chills back in the deck.
Yeah.
Which, again, is like, on one hand, it's card draw, but on the other hand, he probably doesn't want to be wind chilling, right? He just wants to draw the actual cards he wants. It's not like he wants to get to the end of his deck.
Yeah, and I think the big loss there, honestly, is that second Caverns that went back in the deck as well, because he would love to be jamming that immediately as soon as this first one's expired.
Also, what portrait is Seiko?
No idea.
Recall ever seeing that Illidan portrait ever, and I'd like to think myself as a bit of a specialist.
Yeah, this might surprise you. Not my area of expertise.
I'm a bit of a portrait specialist myself.
No, I'm not. If it's Hazelbark, we can talk. Outside of that,
if it's
no.
that one portrait that you can't mistake for literally any other portrait, it's a tree.
That's why it's the best one.
It's been talking a lot about Furyhunter's side of this game, and he has been the aggressor, of course. That is normally the case, but Seiko has just been, you know, kind of struggling to keep up. As you can see now, the skull, though, will potentially help him out, but the early AoE required was huge. Does get the Immolation Aura, but it's Immolation Aura, Fell Scream, nothing else.
5-mana Jace is huge, though. There's a lot of juice going in the Jace already in terms of AoE with a 0-mana Fell Scream, 0-mana Immo. 4-mana Jace now as well as he gets the additional discount. Softens this up, can play Jace next turn now. Will probably clear most board states that he can be faced with on the other side.
Research that and see what pack that was from. I don't remember it at all. Like a Battlegrounds version.
Well, wait, is he sipping from a cup? At the second, I thought he was like dropping bars into a microphone and like molten flames were coming out of it. His bars were so
Pastor
spicy.
Core Illidan. Or maybe Master Core Illidan would be better, right? It's MC.
Very good.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, more importantly, yeah, he is sipping, by the way, but Furyhunter will be trying to get this prime down because he's hit the point now that this clear, well, kind of clear has come out from Seiko. Just needs a little bit more juice, doesn't he? Like a little bit more burn.
The Varsh Prime that he's just picked up as well will certainly secure him some of that additional juice that he needs to end the game. All right, clear coming through from Seiko. He gets to not be frozen next turn for the first time in a long, long time.
Are we going for the draws? Lightning Bolt. Bloom. Landslide. Okay. That could have just been lethal there and then, right? Quite easily.
Yep, absolutely. Just needed one other burn spell in either the Lightning Bloom or the Landslide spot, and he would have had it.
And
Already had the existing Lightning Bloom to be able to play Frostbite from hand.
Yeah, and I feel like with this hand, if he got an overdraft, it would have just done 100. So,
yeah, true.
Yeah, it would have been very, very nice indeed. Here comes Jace. By the looks of things from Seiko, have a reasonable amount of removal in the Jace, but not a lot of, unless I've blinked and missed it, not a lot of plus weapon damage, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think you're right.
I think it was mainly the Immos, the Fell Screams, the Fell Barrage as well.
There's one Chaos Strike.
Chaos Strike, not terrible then.
But I think that's it. Yep.
Yeah, 13. Let's be honest. Doesn't feel safe, does it?
No.
Or, well, more now with the heal, of course, but still, like, there's a lot of damage available. Fury could even just, like, snowfall this 7-1 if he really wants, and he doesn't want to spend the damage on it.
Fury's like, okay, fine. Give me the juice. All right, finds Multicaster. Still has a good amount of wind chill available. He wants to go fishing. Oh, that kid's in the Vash Prime!
Oh, okay. Oh, disgusting.
No. Well, those wind chills that got shuffled in from the first glide are starting to become more and more problematic.
Can he chill into another parrot? Got one more left, right?
I think so, yeah.
That'd be worth the extra chill. Fortunately, then Fury is now no chill, but
Magic?
right.
I've heard of it.
What? So I totally forgot there was a Mishafin Prime in the deck. Oh, I was not expecting that.
My quest, my revenge, and all ends here.
Seiko's taking the opportunity he has on healthier amount of life here to actually just get that Kurtrus down and start trying to progress and win this game. Again, Furyhunter is on 13. It's not like Furyhunter's nowhere near dead either.
Yeah.
I see.
Oh, Spectral. Does get Kurtrus back again, but the expendable performers was used early just to be able to break the chain of freezes. Means his Kurtrus burst damage is quite limited, but he does still have those Furies remaining, which he now picks up for 0. I imagine will potentially be held. I guess you want to play around immediately. So obviously they're about to tick over to rank 3 next turn, but you are worried that there's just not going to be a next turn at this point, right? With the amount of damage that you're leaving up in play as well.
Oh! Who can? That looks about as good as it's going to get if he can't lethal him, right?
He's pretty close to the lethaling him plan. +1 spell damage, 1, 2, 3, 4 spells. That's 16 damage, 4 of each of those 4 spells. 6 on board,
health.
22.
Close isn't good enough, though. Not when you're on 5 health.
No wind chill there either.
Frostbite. Brukan, okay.
My time has come to give everything I've got.
Here he's then like,
I'm coming.
what's he gonna go for this? 2 damage and trades, I guess? Okay. Back up to 16, but now Seiko's probably got the first bit of wiggle room he's had all game, and he's just got an absolutely free turn right now. It's absolutely huge with Kurtrus in hand.
He does, but here's now the problem. Jace used, expendable performers used. All freezes still available for Furyhunter for any kind of board-based lockdown. Mishafin Prime for 2 giant taunt minions still to come. Is this now just a fatigue game for Furyhunter?
I think so, because the more I think about it, the more that Expendables being gone is massive, right?
There's just no damage left.
Yeah, if Expendables were still knocking about, it would be fine. And I understand why Seiko used them earlier.
Yeah.
Needed them, of course. But you look back now and think, well, how does he actually close this game out?
Because even if the board gets built, right? Like, even if Arcanists stick to the board, even if the bats from the Kurtrus stick to the board, at the very least, Furyhunter can freeze them. So they're not going to attack and refresh the Kurtrus hero power. That's just not going to happen. So where does the damage come from? He's there it is. All right.
Fury's just laughing to himself.
But, like, what's the plan? How do you win a game of Hearthstone from here?
If it is a fatigue plan, yes, there's Arcanist Foul Scream.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. But Furyhunter's also 1 million cards ahead in fatigue.
Yeah.
Nature waits for no one but me.
Okay. Has heal 6 on the hero power for added security, which means that there's no real threat of just, for example, Kurtrus and the 2 bats attacking with refreshed hero powers being lethal immediately.
Does Fury just pass, right? He knows he's got Magtheridon to overcome, he's got Arcanist Fell Scream to overcome, maybe with Magtheridon, of course.
Trade! Oh, I was really hoping he would also spend like 9 mana trading.
He's going to Serpent Shrine hero power, fine. I'm just trying to think, right? The more I look at this, the more that Seiko has to do things, whereas Fury doesn't. So Seiko would have to play Kurtrus at some point. And if you just didn't play anything, there's nothing to rush into, as you mentioned. And then Magtheridon gets played, fine, but then you just freeze it forever and it's not a problem. It's kind of interesting board state, honestly, but Fury did choose to just be a little bit more proactive with his plan. It takes some damage for it, though.
Yeah, it's going to take 7, so it's like barely even negated the 6 healing he got from the hero power on the previous turn. It would have been, I think, slightly more concerning had he not rolled 6 healing straight away. Furyhunter now doing the due diligence of fatiguing your opponent, just counting exactly what is left that your opponent has to deal with, or that you have to deal with from your opponent. I think he will swiftly reach the conclusion that unless Seiko's got something cooking that I am not seeing, this game's won.
And I think Seiko's there as well. He's been shaking his head just then, and it is just because of that. Well, I have Magtheridon, but my opponent has at least 2 Snowfalls and a Wild Paw. Like, the Magtheridon never does anything.
Mm-hmm. Just needs to clear the board. Just needs to kill minions. He's Control Shaman now.
All this?
Or just freeze, yeah. Also fine.
And then this is it, right? If Magtheridon comes down now and does the clear with the Arcanist, fine. And then you just freeze it and play Wild Paw, and then you freeze that, and then so on and so on. He can actually, he's probably close to actually just being able to just kill Magtheridon relatively easily anyway if he really needed to. And, you know, Need for Greed not going to help Seiko out in any way, shape, or form here. Magtheridon, double Arcanist, again, not going to cut it that we can see. And honestly, that Seiko knows, right? It's not like this is hidden information or it's going to be a surprise to Seiko. And that's why he's not locking it in right now, because he knows that if he plays the Magtheridon, it just gets laughed at.
What do you even do? Like, what is Seiko's plan? Why does he still exist? What's happening? I want to be in Seiko's brain right now as to, like, what his grand plan is in this game.
I guess he wants to just, for want of time, just play it out. Second Snowfall comes down, and then there's just weirdly no way to clear the board, which I can't convince myself of either. Honestly,
Sure.
I think he's just playing it out, right? It's not... It's probably, and if not certainly, his last game on stream. So it's just one of those things, right? Just play it out for want of the time it takes. It's fine. But I think it would have to be like Snowfall, he gets punched for 8, and then there's just no backup freeze or good amounts of removal. And he just tries to push, because he only, again, in his mind, needs like 1 or 2 minions to stick because of hero power as well, right?
And I guess he doesn't necessarily know that the Mishafin Prime is a card that's in Fury's hand right now. Like, obviously he knows it's a thing he has to deal with, but it's not necessarily a thing that ends the game, because it might be, you know, bottom 2, bottom 3 in the remainder of the deck. But yeah, we shall see.
Oh, I didn't even realize the last card was Need for Greed. That's even worse.
Yeah, he's got nothing.
I knew he had, in the grand scheme of things, nothing, but that is literally nothing.
Yeah.
Can't refund that. Yeah, I think this is just 1 million damage anyway, and Furyhunter, as he does, pops off with another 3-0 victory on this Shaman. Incredible performance so far. An unfortunate series for Seiko, of course. No one likes to be swept by a single deck, but that seems to be what Fury does best, at least this week, Sottle.
Yeah, for sure. And like a very weird ending to the game, but I think Fury's identification was on point. He recognized that his pressure was so high in the early game that Jace had to be used kind of in a panic, expendable performers had to be used kind of in a panic. So at that point, you're starting to absorb win conditions from the Demon Hunter, and they're not really a deck that can come up with... I mean, You know, have to be very careful how you phrase this, because the deck does come up with creative win conditions all the time. Like in most games that it plays, it's sort of doing something a little bit different, but it does rely on a couple of very key cards, right? It's Jace, it's the Kurtrus and the Expendable Performers, or it's Kazakhstan that you've slotted in there additionally, right?
I mean, I've been saying it all along. Kazakhstan's just great in the deck. Makes sense.
If all of those things are exhausted, you can still come up with scrappy win conditions as Demon Hunter, but it's really involved in, like, how do I get one random weird minion to stick to the board so that I can refresh my hero power, push a couple of extra points of damage, my opponent's low, and I just get over the line. In a spot like that where you're up against Freeze Shaman, essentially, like, there's just no way that you're going to get there.
Yeah.
Furyhunter now, I believe, also moves forward, also secures himself a spot in the top 4, which is fantastic news for him. And we now get to see another matchup that I am very willing to watch 100 times over as Furyhunter goes up against xBlyzes later on in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and just look at that sort of like the last week of this series. It feels like it's gone by in a flash because it has. It's only been 3 weeks long, but we have Bunnyhoppor, Fury, xBlyzes so far in top 4. Like, I can't wait to see who just rounds out that group between Floki or Casie, because it's just such a sick top 4. We're playing last hero standing. Everything seems to be going well over here, at least. But
Yeah,
as
and
is always, go on.
just to add, I mean, as you said, Bunny, Fury, xBlyzes in top 4 for the week. Bunny, Fury, xBlyzes also in top 4 for the season, and actually now going through into Grandmasters last call. So, you know, it's, of course, kind of statistically likely that kind of thing would pan out because each individual week is so impactful. Players that make top 4s are then likely to make top 4s overall, but it's just funny to see that end up in our final week with such synchronicity in results.
Yep, a really cool top 4 so far, but we still have one more slot to fill. As I mentioned earlier, we've got Floki versus Casie coming up for our final match of the day. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. It's our fourth and final match of the day. It's going to be Floki versus Casie for that final spot in top 4. Pretty spicy matchup. Casie did have to take down Gabby yesterday to get to this point, and he will still be looking to push forward as much as humanly possible and maybe even go all the way, especially if his play is anything like yesterday where he just absolutely blitzed the series versus Gabby 3-0 with that Hunter.
Yeah, for sure. This is a very different story for these two players than we've been talking about the majority of the day. We've been very top 4, top 2 focused in terms of what these results actually mean so far, which is nice. I think in previous seasons, we've kind of got towards the end and kind of relegation concerns dominate things. Technically, relegation isn't even really a thing this time round. They're just not being invited back again.
We should have just mass relegated everyone ages ago.
Yeah. But, you know, because of that, there's been a lot more different, like, tiers of stakes in the upper echelons of the league, which has given us more stuff to talk about. But Floki and Casie don't have any hope of hitting those upper echelons. All they can do from here is scrap their way into playoffs and have one final chance at qualifying for the World Championship through Grandmasters.
Yeah, and looking at here for Floki, 5-1 with Druid this week. It wasn't banned. Well, yeah, you wonder why. You know, like, of course he's going to go 5-1. We are going to see Druid bans for both of these players. Floki, a player that's definitely had a bit of a rough go of it in Grandmasters so far, but has been doing okay this season. Not amazing, but decent enough to obviously still have something to play for, which is a big deal. And the lineup just being the Burn Shaman, another Quest Hunter player, so we might see weird enough that mirror play out, and then this Demon Hunter and the Druid, of course. Druid being banned away, and he is a player who is also jumping on this Casie bandwagon for Fel Demon Hunter Sol.
Yeah, for sure. It is, of course, we have talked about both the drawbacks and the benefits of it. It is kind of that additional win condition. This has been the day where it's actually looked like it's made a little bit of sense, right? Because we've seen both sides, an unwinnable game being won by Kazakhstan, and then an unwinnable game having no way to win the game because there wasn't a Kazakhstan in the deck, right? With xBlyzes and then Seiko respectively. So this has been the day where it's kind of received the most support just in terms of visual aids from what's happened on the broadcast. Still can't say I'm a huge fan of it. Certainly don't go jamming it on ladder, in my opinion. If it does make sense, it makes sense because of a last hero standing like counter Q snipe factor. But for me, still remain unconvinced, even though it's looked decent today.
Yeah, we talked about Casey's play yesterday versus Gabby. Very, very quick series indeed. But for now, this bottom line sums it up quite simply, which makes me a fan. A win guarantees a playoff spot here for him. So that's just a big deal indeed. It does have that control warrior we keep hearing whispers of, but I believe it just has to be a ghost because I've never seen it. So there is that in the list somewhere. But Casie is going to start on its Quest Hunter. So we're going to get a matchup that I feel we're hitting a lot this week so far, which is Quest Hunter versus Demon Hunter. Obviously, that may be off the back of, well, Quest Hunter has swept a few times, so yes, it will hit Demon Hunter, but it is, what maybe I should have said, one of the more interesting Quest Hunter matchups that we've seen a lot of.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't think there's any great surprise that Casey's leading out with the Quest Hunter here to pick up where he left off. You know, if he's going to win a series, one of the, probably tensest series of his career so far, if he's going to win it in half an hour 3-0 against arguably a top 5 player in the world in Gabby, then I don't see any reason to change that strategy going into the next series. So he's going to lead out with that Quest Hunter again, going up against the Demon Hunter on the other side. But you are right. It's a very similar matchup in essence that Demon Hunter has against quite a few other things. There are a lot of decks in the meta that sort of want to incrementally throw damage at you, and the Demon Hunter has kind of tools to resist that with healing, but only very specific tools, and not at the speed that those decks can throw the damage at you. You look at Weapon Rogue, Quest Hunter, Burn Shaman to an extent as well. So part of what might make you think, I feel like we've been seeing this matchup a lot, is that there's a lot of thematically similar matchups that we do keep seeing going up against Demon Hunter in this week of tournament so far.
One thing I will say, though, it's a matchup you do not want Casie in, because if the game has gone to the extent where you can actually play Casie for the treasures, then something's gone very, very wrong somewhere. So I imagine this is one of those matchups where if you see a Casie in hand, Floki will no doubt be hoping he can just glide it away into oblivion.
Just glide away on a bed of beef Wellington.
Yeah. I feel like I should stop talking about things that players don't want to see because it seems to keep happening.
Yeah. Call it the caster curse for a reason. Is our pet talking point of the week the old hero power on 1 on coin decision for the Demon Hunter?
Well, I do want to ask you about that, believe it or not, but it's in relation to how does Sigil impact those potential openings? Because there could even just be a, dependent on the hand, like quest coin Sigil, especially if you rock it too. Like, it's very interesting, right? Not just hero power or quest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, certainly if you had, 2 tradables in your hand, Spectral Sight in a good position, that kind of thing, then that's a play that you can certainly go for because it does allow you for that incredibly rapid quest completion on turn 1. I do think it's a quest on 1 kind of hand just because of what you do have. As we mentioned before, if you've missed it, this allows you to go like Spectral Sight tradable on 2 or just top deck Need for Greed and just coin Need for Greed for quest completion on turn 2. Floki here with the Sigil available means that he either way, if he's going to play some combination of quest and Sigil on the first 2 turns, he's only going to fit 1 hero power into that anyway. So there's no real reason not to play the quest on turn 1 and then increase that out that I was just talking about with Spectral Sight and Need for Greed and so on.
Okay. He could start with Chaos Strike because he could still get a tradable, right? And that would still proc his quest.
True. But also still Chaos Strike, coin Chaos Strike if he really wanted to go for it.
Yep. We'll just start Illidari Studies and maybe get something from that as well. There's Spectral. That'll do it.
Yeah, it's probably still the best way of going about it. The Illidari Studies wasn't going to get discounted anymore anyway, so there's no real lost value in using one of the cards you drew this turn. Now just load up Sigil again for quest completion on the following turn as well.
Hope Casie set his alarm for the start of his study. It looks like he's fallen asleep. Nope. Went off. Don't hit snooze.
Casie just sat there thinking, can we get Gabby back, please? Like, he plays at my pace. I am much more on board with that.
And after all that, it's just instant Drekthar. Pass.
Back to sleep.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, wow. Very potential early Kurtrus. Obviously, the rush minions will not be very big right now for him, but just having that cheap and available is pretty nice, honestly. Extra armor, extra damage. Maybe if he can actually get the minions traded away, that would roundabout be a benefit for him as well.
Mm-hmm.
And always got to look at Sigil Runner. Wonder the potential power of Stellina against a deck like Quest Hunter. Because you do just, like, minusing 1 card from Quest Hunter's hand is actually more powerful than against most other decks, right?
Yeah, it's true, because, essentially, especially when you get to the late game, every card just directly equates to damage. It doesn't really matter what they say on them to an extent. Okay, just going to take the clear, get the hero power through. This means 4 attack bats on the following turn, which is probably the sweet spot, just in terms of numbers against Hunter. But honestly, the point where rushing minions to deal with minions has become a significant factor is probably past at this point, because Drekthar and then Tavish, that's about it. Those are the minions that you're going to have to deal with over the course of the game, most likely.
Yep, and like to see the bowler shot there from Casie. Again, that's just going off the back of what you were saying, right? Just get rid of stuff, get the spells cast on the minions while you can. Go from there. Explosive Trap, Furious Howl. The best, at least not the most active openings here for Casey's next turn, but still possible for him to turn it around. Do you like the Kurtrus just coming down while he can right now, or do you think there's more time to draw cards, maybe equip the Aldraki?
Yeah, I think you probably, having already used one Arcanist for the previous clear on the Drekthar, I think you're a little bit concerned about how you deal with the 7/7 when it comes down, because obviously that's the hardest thing for Demon Hunter to do, is killing individual big minions.
Killing one minion.
Yes. Arcanist Fell Barrage is a good solution, but you'd already use one Arcanist, so using up the second one is not ideal. So just having the rush minions available further down the line is probably something in the back of Floki's mind right now. And this has worked out fairly nicely, just progressing with Quest. Getting the second discount. Which
I mean,
a little bit of damage. Still, the only thing that I guess he would have liked to fit in ideally was healing, because, you know, that's a couple of Chaos Strikes that didn't go on the Warblades, which I think is a significant factor in this matchup.
Yeah. A lot of options for him, although I guess like the Immolation Aura you just kind of minus off, right? And there's a few slower things, Kaz, even the Viper, but overall, not so bad. I do wonder if maybe rocking this explosive is going to be painful, isn't it? Just Aldraki hero power and then like heal for one. Oh wait, yeah, it's just Aldraki's swing.
Proc the quest, glide it away.
And then glide the Tavish away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it hurts a little bit because of how big Floki's hand is, but if he equips an Aldraki, like, I don't know, the glide's as good as any other. I think I like that a lot.
Time grows short.
It's not like this. The benefit here for Casie is that his hand was double piercing shot, which is pretty bad with the Tavish anyway, but he still wouldn't want Tavish to be gone, of course. Do not get me wrong, but maybe he can draw into more card draw. Maybe he just gets Tavish back. I was gonna say, oh, this so happens so often.
First card as well. Zero ambiguity.
His hand is.
It's so much better.
Floki knows.
Yeah.
Oh, at least he's smiling. That's all you can do at this point, mate. Oh my. And look how much better the hand is. Double piercing shot is an absolute pain to try and pull off at this point in the matchup. But what was that? Oh, just Dragonbane, aim shots there, pouch, another card draw card with Furious Howl, of course. Like, it's so much better. It's ridiculous. And now Floki. Yeah, he can kill the Tavish, but does it really matter?
I don't think so. It's honestly amazing that he was able to laugh that off. Like, obviously, we talked about Casie at the start. Direct winning in for him. Floki has a little bit more hard work in front of him, but one part of that is the same, is that he does have to start by winning this match. If he doesn't, his hopes are over for playoffs and for Grandmasters last call, when he'll have to look for alternate routes to the World Championship throughout the year. In a matchup of that standard, and then it's something brutal like that happens to him, and he's just able to laugh it off and keep going, like, that's honestly impressive in terms of, like, you know, mental management while playing a game.
Overwhelmed, bit of a whiff, but not gonna matter. Oh, it's so brutal. I cannot believe, like, the glide play was just good, but you cannot recover from that, right? It is too much. The Tavish coming back with such an improved hand. If there was Tavish and then he just got the same hand back, maybe plus a card, you could say, yeah, that's still unlucky, but, you know, you can still play the game, right? There's 2 piercing shots, that's expensive. But the fact that it was like aim shot, card draw, Dragonbane is just absolutely insane. So, I mean, I guess good job for Casie there, getting the first win on the board, keeping this streak of Quest Hunter absolutely dominating so far this weekend, and maybe it will continue to do so. But the big question here, Sartel, is this now a Shaman game for Floki or a mirror match?
Yeah, who knows, right? Like, I think Shaman has been wildly overperforming so far in this tournament. I'm not quite sure if I agree with Fury's assessment for to this, but I was talking with him a little bit in the break. He was like, yeah, I just won 6 unfavorables in a row with Shaman. I'm like, not sure if we go that far, but I do think Shaman has been generally overperforming. And if there's a moment that Floki needs it to continue to do so, now is probably it. As we see once again that reaction. Go on, it feels like we've got the news.
And the news is Hunter Mirror. Oh, do you like my dramatic pause?
That was really good. Yeah, why the big pause?
Because I'm a bear.
Because I'm a bear, get it? It's a joke.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing, yeah, it is late enough for the American audience to tune in, right? So
yeah, it's
requires the explanation. Yeah, this is Floki's Quest Hunter, of course. The Mancrick being included. Again, just more players sort of messing around with what this minion package should look like. And again, this is fine. The only weird thing is, like, if it gets pulled, it obviously doesn't shuffle the other minion in. It's just like a weird sort of half and half, where if you get it off Drekthar, it's just a 3/4, fine. If you have to play it, it does have the benefit of shuffling in the, you know, the wife and everything. But I just personally don't know if that feels good enough in Quest Hunter right now. When you look at, for example, Floki isn't running Thalnos, which I think is just an overall better card for the deck.
Okay. Where would you rank Mancrick on the mini-mage scale of cards?
Versus Demon Hunter specifically? Because if so, a lot higher.
Yes.
I think Mancrick would be higher because Mini-Mage is just such a weird card to just play outright. I think I'm judging it based on what happens when you don't get them off Drekthar. And I think Thalnos is way higher than all of them. And then, you know, Mancrick, then swiftly Mini-Mage afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Here, Floki going to have to decide how wants to use his mana. Can just go for the 1-drop hero power if he wants to take his time. But again, I don't suggest taking your time in this matchup. Generally, the first player to really pop off after Tavish is the first player to win the game a lot of the time. There are some caveats to, you know, one player having card draw, the other not, obviously. But just in general, I don't think you purposely want to be behind when playing the mirror match.
Yeah, for sure. I think it is just always pretty initiative-based, right? There is a potential on both sides. Like, it kind of has this weird, like, spreading plague druid mirror dynamic where both players can choose to be super toxic if you want to, right? And just, like, refuse to do anything to give the other person targets to do nothing, but not to that extent, because plenty of your spells can just be fired at each other's faces in order to make quest progress anyway. And at some point, you have to play a 7/7 to win the game, right? Which is hard to self-clear.
And I really like this play from Floki, honestly. This is the play I would have made, because all the rest of it, okay, we could talk about Piercing Shot later, I guess, but the main other options he had this turn, Aim Shot or Arcane Shot Hero Power, well, that's damage that's almost always going to face, and that can go to face later. Whereas the Bowler Shot Wound Prey, that's 2 quest procs on turn 3 and just getting cards out of the hand that might get stuck. And the last thing you want is to actually draw a Furious Howl and not have it draw you a lot of cards, right? Like, that is one of the ways how you can lose this if you get cards stuck in hand. does just feel like one of those weird like slapping competitions. So where each player's just like, no, I'm hitting you in the face now. Okay, you've just hit me. Now, because you just hit me, I get to hit you in the face now. And it's just the last person standing.
Yeah, just each turn you just fire your shot and then you proudly jut your chin out to the other player. It's like,
I can take it. Yep. Yeah. While suddenly Floki on 13, but it is his go, of course. Oh.
That's not the draw, is it? This is an entire turn, potentially, without quest advancement based off this draw. Okay, Quick Shot is at least a card.
I don't think he does it. I think he Rinlins for Ice Trap and Hero Powers, and Cotton says, that's bad, but it could be worse. This is if he gets the Ice Trap, which he has not. So now it's back to being terrible. But at least I think the effort for it was reasonable.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh, insta-piercing shot.
Just wondered whether he pouched for Drekthar there.
Yeah, I mean, possibly.
Yeah, most importantly, there's Havish. Quick shot. N? Put your opponent to 4? I mean, yeah, don't know what Floki's waiting for.
You go for ice again as well, right?
Yeah, ice every time. No other trap matters at this point in the game. And in the matchup, honestly, the only time a trap ever really matters is going into a turn of Tavish that you think Tavish might get to attack, which obviously he will not in this game, or if Drekthar's played early and your response to Drekthar is a Rinland Rifle turn. That's it, though. Any other outcome, you always go for it. Oh!
That ain't it.
1 mana off being exactly it. But now, Casie just also passes, right? He doesn't play anything here. Kraken?
That's
good. Just enough.
Yeah, he doesn't need it, right? He just gets the refresh.
Hero power. Oh, it looks so close. Both players, like I said, this was just a slap fight for both players here. Look,
such a dumb matchup.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, both players got each other to pretty much the same health at pretty much the same time. It was just the player who could last that one little bit longer. And in this case, it was Floki. Got away with it because Casie just did not have anything playable to really work out there, whereas Floki got arguably one of the best options, which is the tracking with 7 mana with Tavish playable. You have so many ways to make that work, but any playable spell, obviously, in that instance would be enough. So Floki does start to fight back. It's not going to be a sweep, at least a 3-0 sweep here in this series. So big questions now. What does Casie queue into this Hunter? And are we finally, Subtle, going to see the rare, mythical, legendary beast that is this Control Warrior?
Yeah, obviously, Casie has the same Control Warrior strategy as Bunny does. They've been prepping together for quite a few years, seasons of Grandmasters up until this point. I'm guessing from that reaction that that's not happening,
This
Raven?
Demon Hunter, this warrior deck does not exist.
It actually
It's a
doesn't.
myth.
Yeah. Fake news warrior. But yeah, I'm just super curious, right? Because normally, I think just a regular Control Warrior going up against Quest Hunter, perhaps counterintuitively, but I feel like Quest Hunter just gets there most of the time. Like, they're just too quick with the amount of damage that they're able to do in comparison to Control Warrior. But when you add in double armor vendor, double cargo guard on top of, you know, double heavy plate, rancor, all the other things, Crash in there as well, it feels like that's more than enough time to stabilize in that situation. So I would personally like to see it, but clearly Casie knows this lineup distribution better than I do, since he's the one that's designed it alongside with Bunnyhoppor, so I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
Maybe it's the weird way, and again, I've not really got experience of Quest Hunter versus that warrior, as you mentioned, not just normal control, but maybe the fear is that they can't finish the game because they don't have Kaz, and Hunter can just keep drawing one card a turn and keep shooting them for what upwards of 4-6 damage a turn, and maybe that's enough, because like they have Raid Boss Onyxia and Rakara and loosely Mutinous, right? Because Mutinous is a weird card in that matchup. So maybe it's like there's no way to actually close out a game when Hunter just has Slate, for example, and maybe it is just like they just keep drawing cards and just keep shooting them endlessly and Hunter naturally wins. I don't know, but yeah, I was very surprised it's not picked. Clearly Casie thinks that he's got a better chance of Demon Hunter, or he thinks that Demon Hunter winning now is more important in the series.
Right, which I do think is very, very possible as well. Whether he needs the Control Warrior for later on in the series, for what Shaman would be the remaining deck at this point after the
yes,
goes out?
yep.
Which is a burn-based deck with combo damage and a few minions that you need to be able to take care of, which does seem like the exact thing that Control Warrior is very capable of dealing with.
Yeah, and it is burn chain. I just had to triple check because we did get the odd sprinkling of the Bolner across the board this week, right? Okay, options for hero power from Floki as well, but he can just track an arcane shot or track an X based on what he gets from tracking, of course. I wouldn't. Yeah. Again, this matchup especially, it's not like the mage matchup or maybe even the rogue one. Like, you're not just relying on hero powers here. Like, you need to actually do something big.
Yeah, for sure.
Quickly.
Not the greatest options in this spot. Might just take Rinlings?
Yeah, it's probably Rinlings.
Okay.
If there was a... I'd know it, yeah. If it was a wound... If there was a wound praying hand, I'd look at Bowler Shot again just to accelerate quest. Yeah, I think I would have gone for Rinlings there, but looks like Floki decided to go for Explosive Trap. At least you know it's going to go off at some point, right? Like Demon Hunter often does not win without attacking face. Yes, like the Explosive Trap feels like just guaranteed cheaper quest progression versus a 4-drop that doesn't progress the quest naturally.
Really awkward hand, and you can see it on Floki's face as well. It's not a rapid quest hand. It didn't really turn into a rapid quest hand with the addition of the Explosive Trap, but at the same time, like, what's the alternative? You're not just going to play Slate on curve and hope that gets there, because that's just not really what your deck does. You have nothing to support that.
Quickly.
Really just aim shot face this time. Wow, it actually is Slate on curve, apparently. Doing this for a Wisp? Yeah, okay.
Makes sense.
Wisp is a general descriptive term for a 0-mana 1/1, of course. I like this actually. I didn't really spot this line at all. Like, just spending 3 mana for the sake of spending 3 mana so that you could coin Pouch and get a 0-drop. Like, that actually makes a lot of sense. It does transform the hand quite nicely, right, in comparison to what was happening before.
And also, honestly, if Slate eats a Fell Barrage, like, you're just okay with it. Okay, they played the Fell Barrage, my minion soaked it. Fine, let's move on, you know. With what, 8 damage this turn?
Well done, Slate. You're helping. Yep, that spell sure was poisonous. Thanks.
It's a demon. It could have survived for all you knew. There is Aldraki. There's the Fell Barrage. There's Aldraki, Fury. to just heal it all back up again.
Yep. Floki, of course, does have double Viper.
But Casie making good use, right? As you said, if there's a double Viper deck, equip a weapon and swing it. You know, like, get that locked in now. I think just aim shot explosive, right? He just needs to progress the game. Get the explosive in. Oh, it's going to go quick shot, okay.
Gets a 0 mana hero power from that anyway. Take care of the aim shot value. Does make sense, right? By using the quick shot immediately, you then immediately get 0 mana hero power this turn, so it's a little bit more efficient in terms of direct damage if you then also get to hero power next turn as well.
It is. It's just less efficient in speed, right? Because now if he plays explosive next turn, it's a whole turn away from being procced. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Casey's just beating Floki up. On 8 health. I do love these matchups where you blink and suddenly both players like nearly dead. You're like, oh, oh yeah. Wound Prey, Bowler, Explosive. Took it all out. He's 2 off, right?
From the quest?
Yeah.
Yep.
So here I don't think he can be fancy, right? And dodge a glide. I think he's on 8 health.
Oh no, he is.
Just get it done. Yeah.
Exactly that, yeah. He is way too far behind to be playing around Glide. Like, you're at 8. If you waste 1 extra turn just making sure that you get to play Tavish same turn, well, then that's just 1 extra turn for Casie to deal 8 damage to you, idiot.
Oh no. You know what? I bet Floki won't get Tavish back, and that's just the way his day is going to go.
I'm not even sure that's really going to end up being the deciding factor in this game. I think Casie was very close to just getting over the line anyway. That looks more than good enough now, having found second Warblades as well. There is now a Viper this time, but it's a very expensive Viper indeed, especially with no other card draw currently in hand. Like, do you even have to trade the Viper?
Can he can Arcane Shot, Viper resizing pouch for Howl, right?
Okay. Sure.
And then next turn he goes Dragon Bane, Quick Shot, Howl, something. I don't know. I'm just saying these are things he can do whilst removing the weapon. I'm gonna go for 3
Yeah,
drop.
sure. Yeah, those sure are some Hearthstone cards.
Quickly.
I think I would have preferred to just see Arcane Shot and then go, because there's Howl, there's Quick Shot, there's another Dragon Bane. I just feel like there's more stuff in 2 drops for this situation than 3 right now. But I'm probably forgetting some 3 drops. So.
Job's done.
Casie just clearing as much as possible, feeling like it's a sheer matter of time before he takes this victory.
He does need to find himself a win condition still, though.
Yep. Yeah, honestly, when you were saying that Casey's feeling comfortable, I did agree, but I did also look at his hand and was like, you know, like, there wasn't like any direct, like, I win the game now. And remember, he used double Fury, right? It's not like he can just pull a Fury out of somewhere, but there's a need for greed out of somewhere else. There's a need for greed as well.
I see.
Bell Scream, not terrible.
Okay. Worst case scenario, he can now heal for a bunch just on his own minions if he really needs to. He does kind of really need to.
Yeah, I think he could take it, right? Wait. Not gonna heal for a million? You'll take the
Just
full
gonna
clear
fold-
and sit on 9. Okay, so
Yeah, heal for 3 seems fine, right? Yeah, clear and heal for
okay.
3.
Yep. Probably enough. I guess I was being. I am often stuck in the Tavish is live mindset, which is obviously not the case here.
Yeah.
Because 12 is not safe against Tavish, whereas against not Tavish, it definitely feels more safe.
I think this makes sense, right? It's an incredibly minor risk that you're going to die from 12. I'm not even sure how that would happen. Okay. But it also develops a win condition, right? Because if you don't do this, you just get put back in the same situation next turn. You're going to take that sort of 6 damage back that you healed anyway, and then, you know, still have to find yourself a spot where you have to land Kurtra's Hero, Magtheridon, like something to actually win the game. So I like this.
It's like back to basics Hearthstone, right? Set up lethal, because if you don't and the game keeps continuing, well, are you going to win or are you going to lose slower, you know?
Right.
This is painful, though, because if that was a Howl Soul, we could maybe have some conversations about what could happen. It's unfortunate for Floki now being on the receiving end of 2 bad Clydes. One he played and one his opponent played, I guess, which was kind of rough. And Casie has grabbed the win now on that Demon Hunter. So I feel like for the first time all weekend, Sol, we are having a bit more of a back and forth series match of Last Hero Standing. So Casey's once again going to be on the Demon Hunter, and I will tell you right now, as it just got filled in, that Floki is switching to the Shaman.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup, almost as I start to think about it more, like this Demon Hunter queue was almost kind of like a free shot mid-series for Casie on the Demon Hunter, because almost regardless as to whether he wins or loses with that Demon Hunter from that position in what is a relatively even-ish matchup, right? It still then somehow comes down to the Shaman and Control Warrior interaction, right? Because if he wins, this happens for sure, and then one of 2 things happens. Either the Shaman loses again and he wins the series, or the Shaman wins and then we're back to Control Warrior versus Shaman, right? And if he'd gone with the Control Warrior first, the same thing happens, right? If he beats the Quest Hunter with the Control Warrior, then the Shaman comes out, and then we're back into the situation of Shaman versus Warrior. So I think that was almost kind of a free hit with the Demon Hunter, I think, which is why it ended up going that way round for Casie. And now he's in a position where he has another very winnable matchup coming up against Quest Shaman.
Yeah, the shame for me, really, is that we didn't see the Warrior versus Hunter, because that's just a matchup I want to see. You know, just to see how it actually happens with the changes to the list that Casie, Bunny, and so on have brought, so...
Oh, baby. I think we're going to see some Warrior, Raven.
Right, we'll see some Warrior.
Bloom.
The nod from
Coin,
Casey's like...
Cavern. Seems good from Casie. And yeah, I don't want to count it out too soon. But boy, oh boy, does Demon Hunter not beat this. Enjoy being frozen the whole game, idiot.
Yeah, and there's even solid backup, right? Wind Chills to be summoned. Multicaster in hand.
There is the clear for next turn. Right,
Yeah, I was going to say, you wait, right? You just you don't try and set anything up beforehand. Don't play anything. Just wait, take the damage, and then get that clear.
Yep, absolutely. Start this game at 21. Once again, very eagerly looking for a way to frostbite and just ruin my opponent's day, but as always, it's very awkward to use on your own minions as Shaman.
A really tough pick here, honestly. They're just 3 of the good ones, aren't they?
Yeah, I feel like it's Vash. Yeah, and Floki agrees.
Yeah, I think what made that interesting was that even if he went Zapper, he could still just play Sleepbreaker this turn, right? and not worry too much, so there was still just a nice backup option. He wouldn't be forced to float. But already, this is a ton of damage. There is going to be a clear. There is follow-up for Floki, at least to an extent, and he has half burn in hand with Lightning Bolt and Frostbite, so still a lot of pressure on for Casie. He's not out of the woods yet, but that clear was very much needed.
Viper draw is really good here as well to prevent some of the healing potentially coming through in the next few turns. Obviously, he bloomed out Caverns early, so that's nature already accounted for. So I imagine this is probably going to be a Wind Chill turn to set up for a juicier multicaster later.
Floki taking his time, working out exactly what he wants to do, and that's the thing with this Burn Shaman deck. There are, again, a lot of routes to the same conclusion, right? Like, he could start off just going trade, he has Sleep Breaker, Self-Freeze to just cycle as much as possible. Or he could just try and be a little bit more aggressive.
Frostbite's sharper than fang.
Hey, he is. He's just going to Frostbite face, take some of that.
Oh, immediately Warblades off the top as well. Again, that dynamic we've been talking about with the threat of Vipers on the other side. Casie just making sure to cash out as hard as he can on the immediate turn. He plays that Warblades, get that healing value done.
Yeah, and honestly, although Floki's got the Viper, which might seem cool, the rest of his hand does not look that good. And the problem is, or at least the way I feel, is that in this matchup, if you're the Shaman, if you're spending tons of mana drawing cards, you better make sure you kill them later, you know, because if you don't, you might just either run out of time to sort of amass the amount of damage you need, or there might just be enough healing where we will have to start talking about, can Floki like 30 KC, you know what I mean? Like that kind of conversation again, which, although doable, just feels hard, especially with, for example, a Frostbite already being used up. Casie does just have this glide chilling as well for whenever he wants.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Floki obviously took steps to play around it on the previous turn as well, just by dumping the Frostbite to the face. I think he will continue to do so this turn as well. Viper's getting played. I still think you cycle Wind Chill, even if you are fearing Glide, but the sort of factor around Glide is whether you just throw an additional Lightning Bolt at your opponent's face this turn, factoring in what you draw. Floki going to do neither of those things. So you're going to dump the Glide. That's Sigil Runner back in outcast position, it looks like, just from the way it shone yellow there. Last card, yeah.
Casie could have used Fury there, but I believe most likely is just holding it for if he can get hold of another Aldraki, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the difference. We talked about this in Seiko's match as well. Like, the difference between a 1-mana Fury and a 0-mana Fury is just so huge, especially when you are the Demon Hunter. You're the one that's in control of when things are getting glided, right? Your opponent can't just mess with your hand, because that's not how most classes work.
Yeah, and weirdly, it's one of the sort of strange interactions we've not really seen today. But the fact that Expendable Performers is available for Casie, like, yes, he's got a long way to go yet, but a lot of the time we've seen it being forced out defensively or just not being used or drawn at all. But here, the wider Floki goes, and I think with this hand he might feel he has to go wide on board, the more opportunity that there is for Casie to get something done with Expendables and either buy himself more time or just push a lot of damage.
I have given up everything. What have you sacrificed?
This is a tough one as well, right? This looks like a good Snowfall Guardian, but then he's not playing Lady Vash.
And then conversely, unless he hits what exactly the other landslide off Lady Vash, then he's going to be taking all of this damage coming back the other way, unless he wants to actually throw burn spells at these minions.
And who knows how more, right, as well, because if there is the mana reduction, some other things could happen too. With the card I've just gone blank on. The Deadeye.
That's so... Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying the full combo necessarily can come out, but the Deadeye just makes more things possible, right? If you're not spending mana on, what, 3, potentially 4 mana attacking.
Finds the landslide, finds some overload as well. That is a big, big deal. Serpent try and face, landslide, clear the board. That's about as well as this turn could have gone, I think.
Bonker.
Well, Bonker, for those of you that don't know, Frenzy and Honorable Kill, draw a card. Oh, that's just lethal! That's just lethal! Oh, no!
Oh, Floki can't believe it, and you know what? I'm right there with you, mate. That is brutal. Just like that, the extra health on the Bonker as well, like it being a 1/5 and not something way smaller makes this so difficult.
Is it enough though? He has 5 more attacks for 10 more from here,
3.
plus the Fury for 3. $23.
Sure?
He is short, yeah.
I don't know why I added extra damage there. I'll say we added extra damage. Went into turn 8 as well with Brakan.
There is no measure to my fury!
23 damage going through.
Oh.
More importantly, this Phoenix is now waking up. I don't think the Brukan is even required.
Is he just... Oh, he drew the Serpent
He just
Shrine.
got
I didn't
Serpent
see
Shrine
that
off the
draw.
top.
Oh.
6 damage from Serpent Shrine, 6 damage from Bolt. Overdraft to top all this off as well. And it just came back the other way.
He called lethal perfectly on time. We were just giving a big build-up for it. It was Floki's lethal. 2-2. Casie didn't quite get there, but was extremely close. And Floki just about managed to hang on. And Serpent Shrine, I think he needed that Serpent Shrine. I'll have to go back and check, but he needed some extra help there. But it was tons of damage coming back the other way with all of the spells he had already banked up. So what a game. What an ending as well. We got massively baited, mainly by, again, no excuses for us, but Casey's response. I normally judge lethals from player cams, honestly. And Casie went crazy. I was like, oh, it must just be lethal. But most importantly, Saul, we are going to see this warrior at last. It has to exist now, because if not, Casie has to forfeit the series.
He does indeed. And finally, we get to answer these questions. Does adding Armor Vendor and Cargo Guards to your Control Warrior at the expense of all win condition actually help you in these kind of situations? We've been waiting for it all week. Bunny has managed to progress all the way through without having to answer that question, but Casie is not going to get quite so fortunate. This Control Warrior is going to have to come out and play, and look at those key cards. Kresh, Lord of Turtling, coming out immediately. There's Armor Vendors, there's Cargo Guards, there's Heavy Plate, there's Ranker, there's Kresh, there's even a Sword and Board thrown in there. Rakara gains 10 armor. Like, imagine trying to beat this with Garrote Rogue. Let's just put it that way. That does not sound very fun.
Yeah, and I think one of the key ones you mentioned was the actual buff to Rakara was awesome. I think the buff was so good because like the difference between the 5 and 10 armor was so big that like it's actually, even though you lose the hero power, it's a very valid way to stall now, which sounds weird because you remove that base warrior hero power with Rakara, but 10 armor in one go, and you have like that kind of double health swing of you gaining 10 and your opponent losing at least 5 most of the time, sometimes a lot more, like with the weapon. It's actually huge and a good sort of early-ish game way to just stack tons of armor. But I'm excited for this, Sol. I just want to see how good the deck is, and if like in these kinds of scenarios where you know you're against these aggro decks, whether it's actually enough or whether it's people maybe, you know, a few games of testing went well so you think it's good enough versus it actually being good enough.
Yeah, we shall see, because Casie is going to need a good balance in this matchup, because the draw from Floki now already with Wild Pork Cavern into Wild Pork Cavern, there is going to be minion presence on board throughout the whole game, basically guaranteed now. So just sitting around and stacking armor and then, you know, just having a shield slam or whatever to be able to take out a Snowfall Guardian when it comes down, that's not going to be good enough, because there's going to be spider tanks that freeze, chipping away at you every turn of the game up until this point, which is going to make Casey's life significantly more difficult, I would say.
Okay, well, the Rakara draw adds nothing too spicy for the foreseeable future. Going to sit with the armor up. Okay. This is where these questions already start to slip in, right, Sol? Like,
Yeah.
Can Floki afford to Frostbite a 1-3 in this matchup? Does he need the Frostbite to actually just be damage he can fling at face with some spell damage, maybe? Like, is that something that is required?
I would certainly be very hesitant to be using burn on minions this game. The only real question is there an important enough spell that you'd want to disrupt in that position? And I don't think there necessarily is. Like, there's one Brawl in the deck that you'd, I guess, like to mess with because you're about to play a million 3/4s. But outside of that, like, I'm not really seeing it too much. Floki disagrees, though. He's going to fight very aggressively for board here, which, of course, is fair with the natural balance that you have with the double Wild Pork Cavern. And after a slow start, turns 1 and 2, Floki is now off to the races, and the pressure is going to start to ramp up very quickly on Casie now.
Just get at least one swing of the Outrider Axe and a card draw, and again, every single card draw is hyper important in Warrior, because they simply just don't run a lot of it. So grabbing any card draw you can will help Casie get to some of those key matchup winning cards. Has to be worth a Viper, right? Feels just more valuable than trading and hoping to get something and maybe having to hero power pass. Because funnily enough, this deck does, although being a super defensive control warrior, does not run Bulwark of Azzinoth.
Which I think does make sense, right? Because Viper is just so incredibly common in the tournament meta now as well. I mean, and on ladder as well, but particularly when you look through the lists that have done well this week, last week even, just this season as a whole, it's so Viper heavy, right? That like Bulwark seems like such a waste of time. The logic of, well, I'm not going to resist these combo decks and these burn decks with Bulwark, let's just resist it with raw armor instead, like, does start to make sense the more you think about it.
Also, you add in the fact that there's any Rakara deck can sometimes struggle with Bulwark anyway, because it's 2 Outrider Axe, Bulwark, and the Rakara as a weapon. Now they've chosen to add in Kresh, which also gives you a high charge weapon. So yeah, I can completely see it. If you imagine Kresh is the Bulwark of Azzinoth swap, it makes a lot of sense, right? A high durability weapon you can use to leverage board and a lot of armor instead of that sort of unique Bulwark effect.
Just going back to the previous turn decision with the Viper as a point I wanted to bring up before we sort of moved on. I really like Floki's decision not to play the Viper here because, like, you've kind of vipered them anyway, right? Like this, when are they going to be able to attack for quite a number of turns? Like unless they play Rakara and then, you know, get unfreeze themselves that way. But even then, like that's a brand new weapon. There's no real point in dropping the Viper in this position. So I actually like this decision quite a lot from Floki just to super greed this Rust Drop Viper.
Yeah, I guess like if the whole board is cleared, then he can play it, right? Because
exactly,
the following turn it's going to be free.
Ranker Minefield. We'll be able to mop this up.
Still only 7 armor for now for Casie. Not exactly the great heights we will expect from this deck, but he has pushed everything off board. He's got a reasonable hand so far. This raid boss feels problematic, I think, in this matchup. It feels weirdly a bit too slow.
Your chatter is nice.
Oh, does he just wait now? Let a few more pop out? I guess he could Blade Storm this and then Shatter later, because the Blade Storm will protect the armor.
Yeah, I can see that. I like that he's swinging, just chewing through charges while he can, since he's probably quite likely to play Rakara in the near future as anyway. With 9 armor, I think he's can afford to tank a little bit of damage and still theoretically have the shield shatter. And on demand, he just has Rakara shield shatter at any point, right? Just to gain that armor immediately.
That's what can be difficult in matchups like this with so many different removal tools, is you do have multiple ways to go about this. It's just getting into the mindset of what what Casie himself, what he's valuing over other things, right?
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
the Rakara shield shatter is perfect, right? It gives you a 0 mana one, but it also means then to shield shatter you have to play Rakara potentially, which you might not want to do. But if you're okay with it, that is a great sort of 1-2 combo. And then so on. So it's just where Casey's valuing all these removal tools and how he sees the matchup playing out for him. Is Brokan, though. And that's probably one of the cards Casie did not want to see so early, right? Because it's that kind of endless potential value that can stand up to this warrior.
Yeah. I think most of the cards he's seen so far will have been the ones that he didn't want to see early, right? Wild Poor Cavern
didn't want to see any cards.
Cavern into Brukan, though, is like the most brutal opening he could have faced. The only good news for Casie is that the Caverns came out on curve as opposed to early with any Lightning Bloom shenanigans.
Could be a solid Blade
the
Storm.
Dream Control Buster start for Floki so far, it has to be said.
Yeah. We're looking at Blade Storm here and either sword on board or just swing into the 3-4 maybe, because he can bust out of freeze with Rakara anyway if he needs to. Again, I think Casie will want to take as much card draw as possible. He has chosen to swing into one of the taunts anyway and draw a card, so that's still ticking some boxes. Ooh. Just slam Mutinous here?
I was considering it, yeah.
It's now yes, he's Blade Storm sword and board, but feels like he's just, he's drawn cards, but it feels like he's just used one extra removal tool, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense because he wanted to go fishing first, so, you know, it's understandable, but just not where you would want to be.
Yeah, and the few minions that you can hit are all very impactful, right? It's like, obviously this is a funny thing to say, a Sleep Breaker has just been drawn, but I think if Sleep Breakers were in hand, you would have seen them by now. Brukan just got played, so Parrot is a very important card to deny. Obviously, Multicaster is always a very important card to deny against this deck. So I think there's a lot of juicy targets that you could have potentially hit there. Casie just deciding to minimize damage as much as possible, though, which, you know, seems to be in fitting with the theme of the deck. Obviously, this is a very homebrew creation, this particular build of Warrior. from Casie and Bunny, so they will know these matchups far better than anyone else.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Okay, really taking his time here. Obviously, there's a lot on the line for him. This is the final game of the series, but tough to just try and work this out, because I think you made a good point, but also for the other way, where Casie and Bunny will know these matchups better than anyone else. That includes Floki.
Yeah, true.
Probably saw the lists and thought, oh no, I have to practice versus this now. You know, and had some of the least time to practice the matchups against this kind of control warrior. So it must add that extra layer of stress, right? When you're not playing a sort of bread and butter style matchup that you so used to, you know the basics in your sleep. You're playing like something that you don't know what your opponent's true game plan is going to be until it happens.
47 now with the cargo guard. And he's been under pressure basically the whole game, right? Like, this has been close to best case scenario for Floki in terms of the curve. For an anti-control warrior curve, it's been really strong. And Casey's just at 47.
And that's the problem, is that we were talking about 30 for Shaman, but 47 from hand. Whew.
That's more.
That might be a bit of a stretch. The only thing here that Floki has to, like, I guess, keep in mind, Casie only has 4 cards in hand, right? If Floki can make a board and then Brawl comes out, yes, it's unfortunate that 2 of the cards are Brawl and Raid Boss Onyxia, but I think that's the way he wins. He keeps trying to stick a board bit by bit, push damage, and just hope Casey's hand is bad.
Wait, how does this work? If you attack that and smash it into your opponent's face, how does that interaction
It will
work?
deal 0, right? Effectively. It won't deal 0. It will deal 3 to your own face and heal 3 for your own face.
Is the attack defined as an attack, though? Because it's not, like, the card doesn't say make it attack your opponent's face. It just says smash it into your opponent's face.
Yeah, but lifesteal is damage.
Lifesteal's just dealing damage, isn't it? Yeah. It does, that's not actually tied
Because
to it.
battle cry effects had lifesteal, right?
Yep, you're right.
I know. I always am. Apart from when I'm not. See, I'm right again.
Yeah.
Can we Viper now? Is it time yet? With only
is a
the
much
crush
more-
weapon left, I think. No?
Yeah, this is a more attractive Viper than the previous one, because this one is actually going to get value. You're out of freezes at this point.
It's really tricky though, and honestly, I have sympathy for Floki, where I would also, well, I kind of still am, but not in the same position. But I'm also sat here thinking, does he win? Is it really just hold all the burn you can and try and hit deal 6 from Brakan as many times as you can? You know what I mean? Is that actually just the go-to plan A at this point? Because again, I don't think versus this deck you can rely on minions pushing too much damage.
Ooh. With each passing turn where it doesn't get played, I'm increasingly curious about when this Raid Boss Onyxia gets played. Whether it's supposed to be a reaction to like larger Snowfall Guardians or something coming down, but it seemed like there was multiple opportunities here to just sort of jam it and have a big minion in play. But maybe that is just the fear of not then wanting to get counter Snowfall Guardianed on the other side.
Yeah,
playing Raid Boss Onyxia.
I think that's the big difference here, is he doesn't have any spot removal, right? So now he's used Barov, I guess. Whereas if he had a way to go, okay, Onyxia, if they say clear Snowfall Guardian and then like wipe the board and deal with Onyxia in one way or another, then I can't deal with this one big minion, or maybe even a few big minions, which is why Bladestorm isn't the most consistent answer, then maybe that's the fear. And also, in a weird way, does Casie have to? Has he at a point where he has to play Elixir yet? Is he just channeling Jarla in this matchup?
Yeah, sure.
Because the pressure is on Floki to win this game, right? Casie is
Absolutely.
naturally playing the deck where he just has to not die.
Brilliant. McCall for Viper? Yeah, interesting.
Okay, that's a cheeky one, isn't it?
6 damage again for Floki. Finds a Ranker though, which is a nice pickup. Allows him to hero power the Parrot into range, pick up 4 more armor. Lofty heights now of 48 for Casie.
And just get rid of that debuff, right? But there's a fire invocation again from Floki, so again, he's getting there.
Yeah.
It'll be big though. Probably wants the snowfall, and he gets it.
He does get it. That is a
Big one.
big deal.
Yeah, that might give him license to say, you know what? I am safe enough to play Raid Boss Elixir. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm still not sure he will. I still think it's just sort of a high risk, low reward situation to just jam the Elixir here, because he's just trundling towards inevitable
winning
victory here anyway, it seems. So, like, even if the risk is you play Elixir, they play Giga Snowfall Guardian, you brawl, and then the Snowfall Guardian wins like a 1 in 13 brawl and then smashes you in the face. That's still a risk that doesn't currently exist at all, right? So why bother? Yeah.
Makes sense, right? It's kind of the feeling I got anyway. And the feeling I get when anyone should play this deck is just you don't need to rush to win the game. You make sure you never lose the game, and you will win eventually. Floki now, surely at this point, he's just running out of even the ability to deal 52. Like, full stop. If you gave him the whole deck, I think he'd struggle. It'd just be a natural cutting class here for 5 mana. Could start with the Rust Rot, of course, first, but Casey's not really got anything else to do with his time.
I don't think he wants to draw, right? Like, that just accelerates fatigue at this point. And again, like, Casie doesn't actually have a win condition, so if there is a hope that Floki wins the game, it's that Casie gets to the end of his deck, he starts fatiguing, and then he actually takes like 20, 25 damage in fatigue, right? And Floki's still managing to be alive at that point.
Could he just Bladestorm Hero Power face then and just push 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. Yeah. It's just hit him again. And guess what? If there's going to be removal used on him, if it's actually burn removal, great. You've healed for more effectively at that point.
Yep.
Whoa! There you go.
Now that's how you
Shrine I was
free drop.
talking about. Yeah. Is this the moment it happens? Is this the raid boss for the free 5/5 kill? It feels like it.
Nope.
Wants to armor vendor in and hero power again next turn.
59 now for Casie. I imagine this is oh no, he has gone for Vash Prime.
I think I might wind you up, Sol, but hopefully I
Go on.
phrase this in the way I mean it. This build is very interesting to me because we're at this point in this one game we've got to cast of it, right? We are still sat here going, hang on a minute. What's Casie got left? If he hits fatigue, is he in major trouble? Because Floki does have some damage. He does have the the defensive options too. And then I am sat here thinking, could they have just cut one card for Kaz? You know what I mean, though, right? If the point of the deck is to just be able to outlast, I get Kaz kind of does weird things in that instance. But instead of viewing Kaz as something you play on curve if you can, you could just view it as an Elysiana, right?
Yes.
And again, I'm not saying they should, but it's because of this one single game of Hearthstone I'm watching, but I am just wondering if like a single card, like one sword and
Stop saying single card.
I'm doing it kind of on purpose, I'm not gonna lie.
I know you are.
There's one sword and board in the list, there's one Corsair card. All's fine, of course. So you get my point, even though I'm trying not to annoy you.
But I do think it is sort of wildly hypocritical to, like, we've complained the whole time. It's like, oh, look at this Kazakhstan in Demon Hunter. It keeps being drawn. It's a dead card in the hand, and then people are losing because of it. Like, that happens. Just having one additional dead card in your deck can be super toxic to your win percentage.
Oh, sure, sure.
And make no mistake, like, it would be a dead card. You have double Cargo Guard, double Armor Vendor. Like, Kazakhstan does not work, ever, until you get to the end of your deck. Vipers as well, of course, thrown in there as well. So, you know, you look at this position and, like, yes, it's a razor-fine margin of whether Casie is going to make it out of this one or not. But throwing the Kazakhstan in might have made it better and not, worse and not better, right? Because he would have had just a dead 8-mana 8/8 in his hand where he needed, like, a clutch removal spell instead.
True, it's true.
Okay.
It's very weird, isn't it? Because at first you're like, well, Vash Prime draws cards, even though you're just playing a Prime.
Yeah,
but at this point, it kind of doesn't,
Yes.
right?
They are just extending fatigue. Like, this was identified a number of turns ago at this point. Floki just needs to outlast on fatigue, allow Casie to take as much fatigue damage as he possibly can, and then use the remaining burn in the deck, potentially, just to finish him off. So by extending his own deck with Lady Vash, he's setting off that fatigue discrepancy even further.
He's also set up the perfect answer, right? Because Onyxia can't be frozen if there's whelps, correct?
Is that true? I actually don't know that interaction.
I don't think... Well, it's immune, right? So isn't it immune to everything? You can't even target it.
You can't target it, no, but I think untargeted effects can still affect it.
Oh.
As if they're not damage? I'm not sure.
That's
I'm honestly
fine.
Not sure.
I could be happily wrong, no problem. But my point is, if that is the case, there's Snowfall, Landslide, Wind Chill, right? Even though it would draw a card, that would lock out the Onyxia, I guess is my overall point. So if that's the case, apologies for not knowing that. The answer is still there. And now, as long as there is an answer, okay, there is a Frozen Buckler, there's 2 damage consistently a turn coming out from Casie, but I cannot believe that 2 damage a turn from the hero power outweighs any of Brukan's effects, regardless of which one is rolled each turn. Is that fair?
I think so, yeah. So 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 + 5 + 6 + 7 + 8 + 9 is 45. So Casey's currently at 47. I think we give some credit to Floki for being able to do a little bit of chip damage between now and the 9th draw of fatigue. So at most, being incredibly ambitious.
Oh.
I would say that he has 9 turns to live. In those 9 turns, Floki has only gone up to the 6th stage of fatigue, and that's not even accounting for any additional burn that might come out from Brukan hero powers, which you immediately saw Casie freaking out over as the damage was rolled again, because that is a big, big deal.
And also, just as much as the burn removes a turn from Casey's game plan, the heal actually can potentially remove turns from Floki's, or add turns, sorry, to Floki's game plan. And then you can talk about, well, the minions in there. Maybe Casie answers 1 or 2, but if any of them hit for face once, you know what I mean? All this starts to just slowly add up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also, right now, if Floki knows what's in hand, which he should do for Casie, he has him checkmate on board, right? Because if Floki decides to play any minions whatsoever, after fatigue, he just plays out something, Vash. If Casie answers with Onyxia, and then Floki can just do the whole, he plays Snowfall and freeze, and then just push with Snowfall, right? And then there's just nothing, because if there's just 2 minions, like, Casie will have to rely on a brawl, or arguably Floki could then just kill Onyxia instead of just freezing it, and then done.
Oh!
Another burn. 9 damage this turn. Oh, well, I guess this turn plus next for Casie.
Yep.
And this is it, right? The Vash comes down. Casie now has to choose to play Onyxia or not. And even if Casie makes the trades with the Whelps to reduce some of the Snowfall Guardian potential, don't think that matters. Yeah, he's just going to hold it.
Last card is the other Vash Prime, of course, which now Floki can freely play. You will notice he has deliberately waited to play both of these until there are 0 spells left in the deck, because he does not want to accelerate fatigue any further. He has rolled 2/3 elementals, which is one of the relative non-factor ones, not healing nor damage.
It's kind of damage. Next.
I mean, it kind of, yeah. Sure.
Well, if Casie doesn't commit the Onyxia, it's
Yeah.
Brawl and Hero Power, and that still doesn't kill one of them. So it will still stack up. Like I said, I think Casey's going to be forced into this Onyxia, I think. And then it's just how Floki responds. But I'm pretty sure Floki can respond multiple different ways and still be very ahead in the game.
Yep.
Even if he has to take like an extra fatigue draw, if he has to wind chill this Onyxia or not. Which I still don't know if he does. We'll find out very quickly, I imagine.
I mean, either way, he would really love to not wind chill the Onyxia, right?
Yes,
So
of
I imagine
course,
he's going to go Snowfall Guardian. We do get to find out whether I'm right about this or not. Yeah, okay, good.
Okay, yeah,
Didn't
my
think- I
bad,
didn't think it
my
was
bad.
crazy.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. The damage again! No!
Oh my god.
That is absurd. It has essentially been alternate hero powers, right? Like damage something, damage something, damage something.
I think once we hit fatigue, yes, I think that is actually true.
Yeah.
Casie no doubt will be feeling like it's been every hero power, and I wouldn't blame him for feeling like that. So Onyxia loses, a Whelp lives, and now
Onyxia dies despite being immune, and there's a Whelp still in play.
And now Floki just plays some stuff and the Macaw, right? Just plays Zapper, Macaw, whatever at the end.
And he knows he's won because he knows the last 2 cards are kind
Exactly,
of
that's what I mean, yeah.
So he absolutely wins on board, yep.
And this is what I was talking about, right? Where like the checkmate for that Onyxia was just always there, but Casie was probably always going to be pushed into playing Onyxia.
It is a little bit more complex than that because every other minion he has 2 health, which then provides armor potentially. I'm not sure whether that matters or not.
I think that just massively gets outstacked by the...
It does.
At this point.
Yeah,
but
it
obviously,
certainly does.
the difference between one turn is a big difference in this last game of this best of 5. But that's 6. The next turn 7.
Yeah, there's no reason to do anything more than this, right? Like, that's just a lock because it's 7 damage plus a 4/4 that he 100% knows gets to attack next turn. So he's just made a play that is 100% guaranteed lethal.
Yep.
I think Casey's out in response. I think that's it. Yeah, Floki is celebrating.
Yeah.
There must be a way.
Oh.
Yeah,
We will await confirmation, but I believe
Oh, wait.
that Casie has given this one up. No, all right, he's back.
I think that's a reconnect. He might have actually...
There we go.
I don't want to say what happened, but I think Casie might have, understandably kind of just alt F4'd out and then gone, wait a minute, I shouldn't have done that. Logged back into the game and gone, sorry, concede. But regardless, congratulations to Floki. What a series. We've had a bit of a whirlwind of a weekend with how fast it's been going in Europe, with many 3-0 sweeps across this last Hero Standing format. But that one was not so. And honestly, after casting it now, I'm glad it wasn't, because that was super in-depth, pretty interesting either way. We got to see the Warrior, but I do have to say, I think Floki did a great job of keeping his cool. Yes, he got help from the multiple deal 6s from Brakan, but in general, I think even getting to that point and how he got there was very well played indeed.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, deal 6 is the one. Like, I'm absolutely not taking anything away from Casey's right to be tilted by that, but as you pointed out, like the clock goes both ways, right? So if he's missing on D or 6, is he hitting he or 6 instead? Because if that's happening, we're sort of moving towards the same conclusion where that board state eventually resolves down with like this parrot that can't be killed from Casie.
Resolved down to this single parrot.
This solitary king parrot. And if, like say Casie had a couple of turns to live there because he had 12, 18 extra health, well, Floki would then also be an extra turn or 2 away from dying to fatigue himself, right? Because he would have 12 to 18 more health at that point.
Yes.
So then that parrot gets to attack multiple turns, for example. So yes, the hero powers were a factor, but I do still think that like allocation of resources between the two players were the most impactful thing overall. But certainly like a really, really complex game. And again, just to rewind to the beginning, it was Wild Poor Caverns into Wild Poor Caverns into Brukan on curve, right? Like it was the dream pan out for Floki in that scenario to beat that kind of deck. But what that means in simple terms is that Floki stays alive in terms of playoff hopes and Casie does not. And that probably now spells the end for Casie as a Grandmaster. If he does not make playoffs, he is not making it to Grandmaster's last call. So it's been a fantastic run. Casie, good friend of mine, someone that's been a pleasure to watch for a long time. The original speed demon in Hearthstone Grandmasters before these newfangled kids go along. So just want to pay quick tribute to him in case that is the last time that we do get to see him in a Grandmaster style game. And yeah, well done to Floki. He progresses, but he still has more work to do tomorrow now.
Yep, that means we have one more day of this regular season left. It is going to be tomorrow, of course, and we have Bunnyhoppor, xBlyzes, Furyhunter, and Floki in that top 4. So make sure to tune in tomorrow and check out who wins the last week, and also where do all the chips lie, right? Where does everyone land in terms of the leaderboard, who's making that top 8 cut, and so on and so on. But it does mean we are going to be done for the day. Of course, the Americas is going to follow very shortly with Lorinda and TJ taking you through their day 2. For now, thanks a lot for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why are his cards green? Right, but why are his cards green? He got there!
Oh.
Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.